How's it going, guys? How's everybody doing? Oski Woski with the 10. Appreciate that positivity, man. I'll definitely need it. And 04 Alphatron with the 5. Help, help, I need help. There's someone chasing me. Oh, they're a Xbox lover? Never mind. No danger here anyway. Yeah, it's like the old saying goes that I just made up on the spot. You don't have to worry about a fat guy raping you because it's impossible for him to pin you down and lift his gut up at the same time. So, silver lining. The worst he can do is like finger blast you a little bit. It could be Boogie, sure. It definitely could be. What's up, doll? You want... Alright. There you go. I'm eating an apple, and he wanted a piece. Here, you can have another one. There you go. Good boy. Eat the core? I typically do. I just don't eat the stem. Let's see, U generation with the 2. What's this?
I can't afford this shit!
I guess I can pull it up real quick since it's age restricted anyway. What the fuck is this shit? Yeah, this is cringe, bro. Is he British?
Ignored by police, following the herd, breach the peace. They're bourgeoisie coming for whitey. You're fucking a white male. They're paranoid.
How do you even find this shit? Like, what do you type in to even find this type of crap, bro?
Brainwashed by their teachers on their campuses. They are all girls who are boys who drink soy to be girls.
I wanted to make a thrill ride like you've never seen before.
It's all bets are off.
No way. Get ready.
It's about time. Let's finish this.
Love it when you hide.
super obsessed with politics and is like, oh my god, this is hilarious. I'm gonna send it to all my grandkids. They love music. Alright, that's enough. Jesus Christ. That shit's obnoxious. I'm about to commit Minecraft. Yeah, dude, that shit's terrible. I hate that style of music anyway, like the fucking 80s British bullshit. So already, the, like, music style was obnoxious. But, like, he kept saying the same shit over and over again. No AI chat summary? Oh, no. Whatever will you do? Alright, let me, boot up the gay station real quick. Oh, shit. I was playing a real game earlier. I don't know if you can turn it on or off. I never turned it on, so I'm guessing it's just the default feature. I have no clue. Aerith touched you inappropriately? Lucky. But yeah, I don't know, bro. So far, I'm liking Final Fantasy II better than 1. The story's a lot better. The combat, I think, is better. You can actually use your magic more than 3 times in a battle, which is nice. And I don't know, overall, it's pretty good. Why do I leave these games on purpose? Because I was playing it earlier and then I went to go walk my dog. Or then my PS5 shuts off, so I just turned it on and it popped up. That's how it works, Britt. Even AC Valhalla would be more entertaining than God of Print. Probably. I just genuinely don't enjoy God of War Ragnacucc, bro. It's just boring. Like, I hate the fucking camera angle, too. The camera angle makes it borderline unplayable. Real talk. The fact you can't even see what the fuck is happening around you in a hack and slash game is fucking disgusting. Like, you already have no peripheral vision. You can't see what's coming at you from behind. And it's just horrible. Like, I don't want my character model to take up 70% of the screen. It's stupid. Am I gonna get the Dragon Quest remake? Yeah, I already have it pre-ordered. I already got that pre-ordered. I have the Visions of Mana game pre-ordered. I'm probably gonna get Monkey Man game. I'm gonna get Star Soy Outlaws. What else do I have? Oh, Space Marine, Astrobot. And then I don't think there's anything else coming out in that immediate window. But yeah, there's a bunch of shit. I think that should have leveled everything up. There we go. It takes forever to level up your magic, which is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get level 16 magic, and then I have to grind the attacks for the weapons in order to level those up. Because I'm going to try to platinum this game as well, and you have to get a magic spell level 16 and then also a weapon type. So all those games on Xbox? Absolutely not. I'm done with Xbox, bro. Like, I'm not putting any more money into that shit. I'll sub to Game Pass for a month at a time to, like, maybe play a new release game, but that's it. Aside from that, I'm done. My precious gamer score? It's Jover, man. I already hit 100K. I don't really care about anything after that. That's good enough. Who is this image supposed to be? Like the pink guy? Does anyone know? The Emperor? I don't know if I've seen him. I think I've seen, like, somebody pretend to be him, but that's it. But yeah, so after 2, I still got these 4 left to do. Which, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of looking forward to playing 6, because everybody says that one's, like, the best. But, yeah. Alright, let's play a Fate game. Let me get my timer out. Stop. Oh, wait, no. Timer. 1 hour. Alright. There we go. It's starting. Put the timer on stream. I have no idea how you do that. Can you put a timer in OBS?
You are certain you remember nothing of this place?
Oh, nothing that would help us. Tell me, brother, why exactly are we doing this?
Yeah, why exactly are we doing this?
No.
Oh, that's comforting.
You can't even steer the boat. You literally just have to press forward on the stick.
Look, I know you expect.
You can't even turn right or left. That's how fucking on rails this fucking walking sim is, bro.
I urged you to seek Freya's guidance repeatedly.
She does not seem eager to speak with me.
Well, quite the opposite, brother.
Yeah, it's
You
like,
tell
hey,
yourself
let's put Kratos in the bottom left corner of your screen, completely blocking off your left peripheral view. 10 out of 10, man.
I see a shore ahead. Black sand.
Exactly as described in the invitation.
I would rather play
Finally bloody
Starfield.
naked.
Because Starfield, you can skip a bunch of the bullshit that this game has that you literally cannot skip. Like, you could probably beat the Starfield main storyline in, like, 5 hours. It's not a long game at all.
Something is happening.
Oh my god, he's losing all of his abilities.
Back to basics then.
I don't even remember the controls for this shit.
Well, that felt unsettling. Like we plunged into a dream.
Trying to remember how to ignite them. Kratos was dude, it's just they completely ruined this franchise. Absolutely ruined it.
Doesn't seem anyone's here to welcome us.
I mean, they might as well have pulled a fucking Joel in one. It would have been a better fate for Kratos than having to sit through this and pretend like it's the same character. I would have rather Kratos gotten Joel in one, personally.
Reatha Sialfua, Sinum Hautum.
To be one's own master.
Master thyself.
Yeah, what's worse about this game is, like, it's significantly worse written than 2018. Like, 2018 at least was an original concept. This was just literally a rehash of 2018 in the worst possible ways with absolutely no fucking payoff.
Something is wrong. I feel weaker.
I would have rather the games just ended at 3 if this is what they were going to become.
My shield will not open.
Why? Oh, let me guess, I gotta pick up a fucking item that unlocks my shield.
Not the sort of foes I expected to encounter here. Curious. Seems it's the way of this place to offer you a choice.
I don't fucking know. Oh, you gotta open the menu. Blah, blah, blah. I don't care.
At least you're not going in completely hobbled.
Yeah, what made it worse is I played through God of War like a few months, or God of War 3 a few months before I played through Ragnarok, which made me hate this game even more. Yeah, I kind of treat this like I treat Disney Star Wars.
Not permitted that way, it seems. No way to pry it open.
It's like just shitty
Perhaps the last
headcanon.
remaining pocket of Asgard. Something unreal about it, though. At least this part seems peaceful. We should have a look around.
I mean, this game just feels like it was written by women. That's the best way I can put it.
Look at us, talk sense into you.
It's like, this is a
Win-win
woman's
either
game.
way, really. I certainly can't
You can
see how
tell
there's any
female
benefit to
writers were
avoiding that.
involved.
I am not avoiding her.
Because all the based, cool, edgy Kratos shit was taken out. And it's like an emotional fucking, you know, Fanuc storyline now.
Use a shield strike, brother.
I can't use my shield, retard. Oh look, you can't fucking see anything that's happening. Sponge enemies, bro. I love this game. Oh no, I died. I mean, it's just like, I hate this fucking game, bro. I absolutely fucking hate it.
Back outside.
The enemies feel like fucking literal bullet sponges, or I guess sword sponges. You can't fucking see what's happening around you half the time. It's super slow and boring. It's just, I have zero desire to even like remotely care about the combat and the shit. It's just horrific.
To a door 3 days ago.
Kratos of Sparta, you are hereby invited to a challenge. Face the past to face the future. Master Valhalla, master thyself. And then directions here, no signature.
Who else knows of this entrance?
Odin and us. It's likely a trap.
You're thinking of going back in.
Would you join me?
Oh, don't let me intrude on your personal matter. Besides, I can't. Unlike the two of you, I've never died.
Yeah, because she's a woman, bro.
I return inside.
Well, that depends on you. Valhalla draws from the memories of those who enter. In there, you're an open book. Sure, you want to go back in.
How did you even get past
What's
the
up with these beloved franchises getting cucked in reboots? Well, it's because all the original, like, actual creative people who made these have either retired or have been kicked out of their companies because they're too white or too male. And a bunch of fucking disgusting, you know, leftist scum has infiltrated the gaming industry that are more interested in putting out fucking dog shit than actual fun, cool
And the other
games.
matter we discussed? You're still thinking? I take it?
I am.
Is that what this is?
Dude, she looks even older in this than in the base game.
All right, gentlemen. Let's send you in properly prepared this time. First, Valhalla requires you to perform the ritual of selection. Let my sisters speak to you of Valhalla's rules and its values.
Why?
What do you know of this place?
The challenge, it's we can return to me when you've met a goal, and we will observe your efforts.
What?
Val, to full.
Are
Of course, very and Val. Be sure to come back and see me as you progress.
I am ready.
Air, Gunnar, with me.
I don't like the combat. It's boring if you ask me.
Now you can enter Valhalla.
It's slow, tanky. Fucking, you can't see what's happening around you. It's just boring. I don't know. And all the brutality is gone, too. Like, you used to literally gut motherfuckers and have their intestines spilling in the arena and everything, and now it's just, like, so fucking soft.
Alright, let's try this whole thing again.
Like, bro, it would not take Kratos this many fucking hits to kill a normie enemy like that. Like, where's the blood, bro? Like, oh, look, 3 little splatters. It's just disgusting.
New attempt, new choices to make. A fresh start.
Yeah, the camera absolutely is terrible. That was my favorite thing they changed from Remake to Rebirth, is they pulled the camera back. It's like, duh, it's a third-person action game. You want to be able to see more of what's going on around you. Like, I don't want to fucking have a bird's eye view of the right shoulder blade.
What is at odds between you and Sigrun? Did you anger her?
I wouldn't say she's angry with me. Irritated, perhaps. Disappointed, certainly. But you needn't worry yourself, brother. I won't let it distract from whatever it is we're doing here.
Oh, there's a tiny little bit of blood, but that's
So,
it.
this is no piece of Asgard at all. Just something spun from your memory of it. Fascinating. Brother, I must admit.
Shut the bro. Yeah, they didn't change that from the base game either, where he just never shuts the fuck up. Brother. Like, put your fucking tongue in his ass already, bro. Just shut the fuck up. Jesus. Yep, they're so spongy.
I suppose this is about how you remember Jotunheim, eh?
I do agree with you about Freya's council. It is a noble idea. It should succeed on her merits.
How's that, brother?
Freya is known to the realms and native to them, respected by all. An experienced leader.
Experienced enough to know that a shared power is best for the people.
That she would share power proves she is worthy to wield it.
Even so, why make her wield it alone? Without Odin, the realms have a chance to forge a new peace. When conflicts
This
do
is the
arise, they can't be
DLC or
talked
whatever
through,
the
and God
fuck.
of War ensures those conflicts
The
are
rogue
resolved
mode or
with
whatever the fuck.
They need might and judgment and credibility across the realms. Who else would she pick, brother?
I forgot how you get things to appear that are like invisible, but whatever. Yeah, I absolutely hate that mere retard. He doesn't shut the fuck up, bro. He's like a literal Marvel character, just constantly has to fucking talk. Alright. Whatever. I have no idea. But he's so quirky, yeah.
And this must be how you remember Svartalfheim.
Freya knows I would not refuse to aid her when in need. I have done and will do my part to fight for peace, regardless of title, regardless of whether I sit in authority.
You know as well as I
Yeah,
do
'cause you're
just
cocked,
power and
bro.
guts, oaths. The people need to know you're committed to them and to yourself. That you'll be there for them, and I know that you
Mimir,
will.
I must concentrate.
Shut the
No,
fuck up.
focus,
Dude,
of
what is this
course.
woman shit like? Oh, you'll always be there for them, Kratos. 'Cause you're such a Kratos.
Behind you, brother!
You know, it'd be nice if I could actually see behind me.
Right side, brother! Right side, incoming!
Needs to embrace his feminine side. Yeah, exactly.
There. That is the path we seek. A way up and forward. Valhalla's inner reaches. I can feel it.
If there's an upside to this Valhalla madness, at least it's good to see you in action again. You're already more your cheery self than I've seen in moons. Without Atreus or a fight in front of you, I wonder after your well-being.
Combat can be gratifying. What is this?
You recognize your old seat, don't you?
That's right, Kratos. Reject the toxic masculinity.
I have not forgotten the debt.
Vote for Camel Toe.
Do you really think he understands this? This still feels reckless.
Here they are now.
That's odd. We're back outside, but we didn't, you know.
Sometimes you reach as far as you're ready to go. Valhalla's decision or yours? Does this mean you're done in there?
No. I will discover who invited me. I believe I am close.
You're sure it's worth dying for?
Oh, I think we're fairly accustomed to dying at this point.
Don't be glib, Mimir. Valhalla restores you. It makes its own rules. And if you don't play by them...
Oh my god.
Kratos the...
If by good, you mean wildly
Jesus
disconcerting.
Christ, bruh.
I do wish you luck. Truly.
Shut up, woman.
To adapt is to lean into the alchemy of turning adversity into advantage.
Let's see. Do these tasks, return here for rewards. Fair enough.
Okay.
Passion, practice, perseverance. That is
Better yourself if and when you can, I always say. A durable improvement.
Pure damage, yeah. Well, aren't roguelikes, like, some of them have permanent upgrades? I don't fucking know. I don't play that genre at all. I'm not a fan of it. I don't like redoing the same shit over and over again. I like to actually make progression.
Look, brother, the fog's lifted.
Am I having
Valhalla's
fun?
becoming more open to you, perhaps.
Yeah.
So much to see in the distance there. You can see how all the little realm spaces connect to the higher plane. And those statues are certainly imposing.
I recognize them. They are judges of the underworld from my homeland.
Ah, well.
From better days.
Thrilled to see them again.
Souls they deemed righteous were granted entrance to the Elysian fields. Those deemed wicked were cast into Tartarus.
Yes, where the souls of the damned were tortured. Why has your mind manifested them here, I wonder?
So is this like a stupid fucking maze? Oh my god. I'm doing about as much walking as the base game. Yeah, and the music, I don't think the music in this, like, I guess reboot, whatever, is even that good. Like, people like the music in these new games, and I'm just like, really? Like, bro, there is no song in either 2018 or Ragnarok that even comes close to the Greek saga. Like, the Greek saga of God of War has such a unique and awesome soundtrack. Like, this has nothing.
Brother, whose voice was that we heard when Valhalla sent us back from the throne?
You heard it also.
Aye.
It won best, like, soundtrack at the Game Awards, which is fucking crazy.
Unlikely.
2018 did.
We did not
Like, how?
And by that you mean... Yes, I see. No shortage of bitter old ghosts in these parts. These parts being your memory, of course. Behind you! Incoming! Brother, that throne we saw, did you recognize it? Was it familiar?
It was mine. The throne I took from Ares. It is a throne of monsters.
Ah.
Oh, the throne of
anxiety power made
monsters,
manifest.
dude.
A symbol you're no doubt meant to consider.
It is a symbol
That's right,
I
man.
reject.
War
That
is
might not quite
evil.
close the book on matters. A symbol can't be slain, destroyed, or ignored. The best measure is often to reclaim it, redefine it. Remind us it's not the throne.
Mayor, we will speak later.
Yes, I'll stop.
Yeah,
the
shut
blather.
your fucking trap.
Right side, it's coming.
Seriously? Oh, they're gonna force you to use this weapon, that's why.
Two fights in a row now. Valhalla's demand for escalated. Incoming! Above you!
I sense there are more challengers like it to find. That is how we earn our way forward.
I'm guessing I did what I was supposed to.
Way up should be clear now, whenever you're ready.
Oh. Yeah, I can use this elevator now. That was so violent, dude. I know. It didn't even rip his head off or anything.
Congratulations, old friend. You really are going places in Valhalla.
Where's Mimir?
Is that really all you have to say to me?
Yeah,
After
he's
all
an
this
upgrade
time,
from Mimir.
Can't muster up so much as hello for one of your most auspicious victims?
Hello, Helios. Where is Mimir?
How should I know? Why don't we go look for him?
Thank God. I don't have to hear, brother. Take your seat, Kratos. Oh, they made him annoying as fuck? That's not a shock.
So, what's new with you, Kratos? Murdered any good pantheons lately?
Let's see.
Devastated any populations with the
So Ryan Miller with the 5. Hey Griffin, how's it going? I hope you are doing well. And did you hear that Trump has hired Tulsi Gabbard for the debate and Harris is going to get exposed? Yeah, I heard about that. I think it's smart.
You don't mean to say you've gone soft.
I'm hoping that he's able to get whatever his face, the Kennedy guy, and like give him like a cabinet position or something, because then it would be a fucking landslide W if he got his votes as well.
At least, that's what they should say.
Oski Woski with the 2. I guess the night shift is starting to get to him. Yeah, it's getting to me right now. And Chronicle with the 5, back from Universal Orlando. It's way more entertaining than Disney World. Would go there with buddies for extra days again. Now just landed home. Nice, bro. Yeah, I've heard Universal's really fun. I would actually like to go there. But who knows? Probably will never happen at this rate. And Chronicle with the 2 gifted memberships. Big ups, man. Really appreciate it. Slick Rick with the 2, but Griffin, I'm a maturity dude. That's right. Kratos has grown as a character, guys, so therefore he doesn't like violence. I hate that fucking excuse from people. And I Seller with the 2, so how we doing, my brother? I've been doing better, that's for sure. And J Rose with the 2, what's your take on Jews being blamed for everything? It sounds like a skill issue if you ask me. And Iceler with the 2, what if Jez was the voice actor for the head? I would be upset that chopping it off doesn't kill him. There you go. I guess. I don't fucking know. What the fuck was the point of that entire area?
Say, the decor is looking a little more familiar, isn't it?
There was literally
A mighty
nothing in that
chain.
entire stretch.
Suspicious sign. You've always had such luck with chains. This is all gonna work out just great for you. I can feel it. Oh, there it is. Home sweet home.
How dare you defile the real game's memory? They're gonna have me like fucking Greta, dude. How dare you?
Now this room must really take you back. Wasn't this the Chamber of Sacrifice? Where you let an Athenian soldier burn to a crisp, just so you could get past the room? Oh, those madcap early days. How you must miss them. What are you doing, Kratos? You mean to sacrifice me? Again? Oh, good. You're making eye contact as you push me towards my demise. What a special little personal touch. Really lets me know where I stand. Especially after such a long and agonized deliberation over what to do. Oh, how reluctant you tell people you were to sacrifice me to the flames. I hate to disappoint you, blithering idiot, but you do remember I'm a sun god, right? You think I'm afraid of a little fun? Don't threaten me with a good time, Kratos. Maybe I'll be infused with power and achieve my final form. Maybe I'll explode and take you with me. Let's just see what happens. Let's just see.
Whoa, dude! Even this sucks. It does barely any damage. I mean, at least it's no longer bullet sponges, but these are like the fucking normie enemies in the original games. They should die in like one hit.
You know, I could give you a hint, but I just feel like you wouldn't appreciate it. Time for another push. Let's go! Okay, seriously, Kratos, get me out of this cage. It's not funny anymore. I can't believe you need to roast me on a whim, on a presumption that it's what Valhalla wants from you. Have you ever considered that maybe your instincts are just random thoughts that pop into your head, no more likely to be true than the next? Hmm? Maybe consider that! Quickly! You're really just going to incinerate me and see what happens? I swear, you haven't changed one solitary...
Oh, man.
What am I doing in here?
Over here. Over here.
Good.
What's that?
No!
Burn him.
Get me out of here!
Why not just reach through the bars?
I'm trying!
Brother! Please! Please!
Yes! What? Fuck.
Do not panic. We will simply return to the gate.
I don't think so! I think you've broken how Valhalla works! Oh! I think this is it, brother!
Hooray!
Let's get you out of here!
Sigrun! Mom! You're burning!
I'm not supposed to be here!
Neither am I.
Hokari Naito!
Thank God for women, man.
Mimir!
Oh no! You poor thing, look at you! You shouldn't have done that.
Oh, heal, dummy. You and Kratos would not. But you're safe now.
Sigrun, I'm sorry.
Yeah, she's gonna miss her favorite fucking chair cushion.
Love. I need a moment.
We are forever in your debt.
As I will be forever in yours.
Yeah, dude, with how much Mimir runs his fucking mouth, you know, his tongue game's gotta be pretty good, I would imagine. May 1st burst with the 5. This game's combat feels like you've been playing for 10 hours, only 10 minutes in. I've never played a combat system that gets old that fast. Yeah, I agree, man. It is, like, just very meh.
It's nothing air can't heal.
This could take some time.
Well, that was altogether bloody terrifying. One moment I'm in a forest, the next I'm in a cage full of fire.
You changed into Helios and back again. It was unpredictable.
I'll say. I'm truly not sure if we've gone too far, or if we've come too far to stop.
We are not stopping. I must face this.
I know, brother.
Yeah, we finished L.A. Noire.
Ah! Another of those spots for bargaining with Valhalla. These could really help you in there.
Like, really, they make you do the same exact shit every single time. Jesus. Whoa, dude, it's me. Yeah, this is why I don't like roguelikes. It's like you do the same shit over and over again in the name of, you know, just stretching out the runtime because the game itself is short. I have no fucking idea. Whatever. I ain't reading all that. I ain't reading all that, bro.
Memory of Vanaheim now. Brother, I beg you not to
Vanaheim,
remember the exploding
California.
plants.
What did you say about a forest? You remember being elsewhere when Helios took your place.
Aye. Yes, I
Which
do.
company grades games?
Isn't that what we were
You
commenting,
have
but
three
yes,
choices. You
I was
have
in the forest,
WADA,
much like that in my
CGC,
youth.
and VGA.
Back on my old buddy,
VGA I
too.
wouldn't use
He's a
anymore
bit
unless it's like a
foolish.
collector's edition or
Understood,
deluxe
brother.
edition or something like that. But for standard games, I would go either WADA or CGC. It really just depends on which label you like more, but either one is good. I have CGC and WADA games. So, CGC is a little cheaper, but WADA, you know, is a little more popular. So, if you're trying to resell, WADA is kind of the gold standard for that. But if you're just collecting and want your games graded, then either is a good choice.
Incoming! Above you!
Dude, that's comical. It's like it can't go that extra 2 inches.
On the left!
There's just like no blood or gore or, you know. It's just so bland, man. It doesn't even make killing things satisfying. It's just meh.
Gives and it takes, this one.
Why the fuck would I give up health for a weapon glyph? No. Nah, it's just this is a game made by and for women. Like, the original God of War franchise was a male power fantasy.
On your left!
I mean, just the fact you don't get to kill a single fucking god in these games, aside from like a no-name one, is pretty pathetic. The story's worse in this than God of War
Talk about that
2018.
image of you in the shrine we
Basically, is
If
the only
Valhalla keeps
difference.
pulling it out of your head, it must have some significance to you. Could it be that the idea of being loved and respected is a fair mite better than the alternative? Now hear me out. And it's not as fun as No, focus, of course. Find you, it's coming!
Like, wouldn't it be nice to actually be able to see all the way around you in a fucking third-person hack and slash? A crazy concept.
Look out!
Hanging on!
Oh, it's up!
I believe your target's on the battlefield there.
What the fuck?
Be wary of that tail.
Like, dude, old Kratos would have ripped that fucking thing's head off.
I knew you'd get that one. Grand. We should be free to move up to the
Let's
next
see,
area now.
Icesailor with the 2, this or Hellblade? If you're talking about playing through one versus the other, I don't know. I'd probably do Hellblade just because it's short. But, like, if you're talking about playing through the entire game, then Hellblade. But if you're talking about just playing it for 2 hours, then I guess this.
must keep the primordial realms up here on the top shelf. Getting back to that image of you on the shrine. I'll grant you ambition can be a poisonous motive, but your ambitions are only to help people, not for your own glory, right? Make the world a better, safer place. I think maybe that image of you is symbolic of your desire to walk a righteous path. Valhalla's little signpost.
You're sure accepting Freya's offer is the right thing for me? Or for the realms?
I think we're here to make sure about that, one way or the other.
Tim Marco, the 279. Dean Takahashi was a true gamer. That he was, man.
Ah, we're up by those statues now. Judges, did you say? Perhaps the higher planes of Valhalla correspond to the deepest reaches of your memory.
Hell yeah, dude. Reddit chuckles all around.
Hello, me again.
If I must carry you, make yourself useful. Say what you see in battle.
Aye, aye, asshole.
Ha 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 ha, dude.
They locked you out. Guess we better poke around the old neighborhood. See what sorts of acquaintances are looking to reconnect.
Why? A timer? Jesus, man.
This one looks easy. If easy is what you're all Still a monster. You're well on your way to satisfying your mind. Eyeball tentacles? No, no to this. On your left. A moderate challenge. More challenge, more loot, and did you need any primitive armed ruffians? Great job not hurrying. You do like your fights tougher after all.
Dude, you can't even fucking see what's happening around you. Zoom the fucking camera out. Jesus.
Incoming fire back here. We're on fire. That's a nice change of pace. I do believe that's all of them. The way up should be clear.
I don't remember which way I even came. Maybe it was this one. No. What the fuck?
Above you, halfwit!
I don't think 2018 has PC FOV. Is there like a map? Bro, I have no fucking clue where I'm supposed to go. All this shit looks the exact same.
Above you, incoming!
There we go. Jesus.
Heading back to the cage, are we? I guess Valhalla is giving you a second chance. Party. Well, now it's a party.
That is not what the harpies look like. They fucking wokeified the harpies in this.
Left side, murderer.
Oh, we called him a murderer, dude.
What are you planning to do this time, Kratos? Wait, no, don't tell me. The suspense is honestly the only thing keeping you Here's a radical thought for you. Maybe it only counts as a sacrifice if you give up someone you value. I think we all know it's not me. Cyclops. You'll never guess their weak spot.
The cock.
Break the tether, quickly! Wrong weapon, man!
Oh, you don't even execute. Bro, are you shitting? They don't even let you execute the fucking Cyclops anymore when you climb on its head. What in the fuck? Dude, they have cucked this game so hard. You don't even rip his eye out anymore? Holy fuck. Dude, this is literally made for fucking just retarded kids. This is fucking baby's first fucking hack and slash. What in the fuck is this shit, man?
Here we are. Let's see what brilliant move you've thought of. Kratos? Surely you're not supposed to. You know what? Never mind. I'd like to see this.
Well, you can't see it because you're facing the other way. Yeah, Sweet Baby wrote this game partially. It's just like, how else can they destroy this franchise? It's really sad.
Oh, we know. Tyr.
Oh my god, dude, it's Odin.
The invitation was yours.
I would have signed it, but it was important you come here for your own reasons.
Then you're not an illusion.
You're in the flesh, old friend.
What do you want?
Were they ever friends?
I know what you're wrestling with, Spartan. I understand it better than you realize. The shame. The doubt. The question I could find no answer for until I came here. Lifetimes ago. Stepped through that door.
What is in there?
Oh. I'm not here to spoil that for you. Only to help you prepare.
Why?
Because I can. Because for us, fighting occupies the body, while our minds work out the rest. Because you're not ready.
Oh, great.
Yet.
Show me.
I'm sorry. Why exactly are you attacking us?
Consider it a kind of trial-like combat, Lemire. When Kratos can get the better of me, we'll know his mind has done the The valor can go the distance, I know. Now you're fighting to win. Arms up.
What's the point of getting the fucking stun if you can't even use it?
Still unpleasant.
A man at war with himself places a deficit upon his focus. He is impatient, emotional, easily surprised.
Oh, he summons
ads. A man at war with
ads.
himself has a clearer mind, sharper instincts. That man is ready to win. That man is ready to progress. What's the left?
Dude, I can't get out of that fast enough.
Come on! Arms up! Having fun yet? Come on! Yes! Well done. Focus, Kratos. Well done, Kratos. I yield.
Good then.
Perhaps you are ready now.
Am I?
Honestly, nobody can truly say that but you.
Yeah, 5'11" versus 6'1", pretty much, man.
I am not ready.
Yet. But we will get you there.
Oh, he's not ready yet, guys. Jesus Christ. Let me guess, you gotta do it like... Oh, you have to do it 3 more times? I was gonna say 2. Wow. They even outdid the fucking bullshit Destiny rule. The rule of 3.
Valhalla demands the willingness to embrace discomfort.
Keep your eyes on the horizon, General.
Best improve where you can. Valhalla's not big on apples or blood mead.
God of War Ragnacucc is $10 at Best Buy right now. That's funny. I may actually buy that because that probably resells for more than $10. That definitely will resell for more than $10. Let's see. Save for later. Save for later. How many can I buy? 3. Yeah, let's see how much it sells for on eBay before I do multiple orders. God of War Ragnarok PS4. Oh shit, it sells for a lot. $30 used. Sold items. Yeah, like 30, 40 bucks. Yeah, that's a good deal. I'll just sell them for $25 and get rid of them tomorrow. Alright, let's see. Go back. Yeah, it's the PS4 version. I thought I said that. Yeah, something good might as well come out of this. I can buy more Final Fantasy cards with the money. After fees on eBay, if it's like I'm selling it for 25 bucks, that means I'll lose, what, like $3.30. So I'll make $22 off the sale. So minus 11 for the game. So I'm basically doubling my money on each copy. Yeah, it's a video game, bro. Video games have great sales volume. It's a $10 sealed PS4 game from a franchise that for some reason people actually like. So, not to mention you can always just return them, so who cares? Yeah, I mean, shit, bro. I can make a listing with, you know, however many copies of the game I get available and just let them sit and they can sell over the next 3 months. I don't care. I mean, they'll sell for $25. Yeah, multiple copies sold yesterday, so. And today. So, yeah, $30-something for new copies. So if I sell mine at 25, they'll definitely move. Alright, well, I think let's do one more. I don't really want to get a shit ton of them. Oh, fuck. Because I have to store them. That's the only problem. And I don't really want a stack of 20 copies. But, you know. The item quantity limit that you have reached with previous orders, you need to remove an item to continue. That's gay. They're not going to let me buy anymore. Lame. Alright, well, I got 4 orders in, so it's not horrible. Well, yeah, you can buy 3 per order, but you typically can place as many orders as you want. But I think I hit the order limit. Or they just put in the quantity limit because it's selling so quickly. I don't know. Oh shit, bro. You can sell them at GameStop for $25. Apparently the trade-in value at GameStop is $25. So you could just take the fucking copies of the game, trade them in at GameStop, and then make $15 per copy and then just buy like a Steam card or something. Yo, hold on. Let me see if I can buy them without an account. Sometimes it'll let you. Best Buy. I'm going to just check out as a guest. Let's see, so God. I'm doing it in an incognito tab. Let's see. We're going to get some more. Bro, that's a freaking stonk. Alright, add to cart. I don't think you need an account to buy a Best Buy, but maybe. Guess we'll find out. What, 3 PayPal checkout. Yes, I'm over 17. Last time I checked, at least. Continue as guest. There we go. Fucking suckers. Alright. Continue. Yeah, I'm not having to use. Oh, here, let me do store pickup so I don't have to pay for shipping. Switch to pickup. Because I don't get free shipping on a guest account. No, not the same billing address, Google. Dude, I really need to change that. I have my billing address from like 2 apartments ago, which is bad. You probably should not have that on your bank, but oh well. I do all my stuff like digitally, so. Oh fuck, bro! They scanned my fucking credit card, I think, and they saw that I've already ordered previously. Gay. Here, let me try if I do other payment method. PayPal. Let's see. Okay. Next. Get a code. Come on, bitch. Give me my code. 617391. Alright. Continue to order. Let's see. Place order. Come on, bitch. Go through. Nope. Fuck, man. They must have it by my name then. Shit. Oh, well. Yeah, I have way more fun making money, Britt. Duh. Yeah, the Gran Turismo 7 deal. I got 9 copies of that. Let me check what that is at. I may have gotten cooked on that. Gran Turismo, PS4. Someone sold. 30 bucks. That's not terrible. Alright, I did alright on those. That was last night's game. No, God of War Ragnarok, not God of War 2018. God of War 2018, the trade-in is dirt cheap because they give that game away for free, basically. Ooh. But yeah, video games are super liquid. You can typically sell them no problem, even super niche stuff. Like, I bought out GameStop's entire stock because, like, somebody had mentioned it. What's it called? I kept one for myself. Mech Warrior 5. Yeah, I bought out, like, the entire stock of Mech Warrior 5s at GameStop. They only had, like, 7 of them. So I bought all the copies of it because they had them for like 20 bucks and the game sold for like 60 to 80 depending on condition on eBay pre-owned if it had the original case. Luckily, every copy I got from GameStop had the original case and it was buy 2 get 1 free, so that was a really big come up. But yeah, I also got 2 more copies of Persona 4 Golden for the Switch physical, which I think that's like a $70 game or something. I got them for like $40-something. But yeah, man, I don't know. I love flipping shit. This is how I used to make money back when I was in high school and early in college before I started making YouTube money. Is I would just, like, literally there was no purchase limits back then. So like that deal we just did, like with God of War, I would buy probably like 200 in some cases, and I would just let them sit on eBay. And, you know, 200 copies, you're making like $10 to $20 a game. That's pretty good money. So it's very profitable if you can scale it. Nowadays, it's harder to do, but back in the day when they didn't give a fuck how many copies you purchased or whatever, you know, I could order like 200 copies and it would show up in like a big ass, like almost like a, I guess, pallet box or whatever, the unsealed case that they get from distribution. But yeah, I don't know, dude. That shit was great. You can't really do it as much nowadays. It's a lot harder, but hey. If there's a will, there's a way. Alright, I'll add, what? That was about 8 minutes. So I'll add time.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
So, timer. Since we got sidetracked. Alright, I'll add just the full 10. There we go. Just in case. I don't remember how long I was sitting here.
We're all impressed by your progress, General. We've never seen anyone engage Valhalla quite the way you have.
Sigrun,
How fares your journey?
we have uncovered our host. It is Tyr.
Tyr, you say?
Aye.
I never put that.
It blocked you with 2 orders. I mean, hey, you know,
Kratos, glad to
it's
see you're
free
back
money
inside.
either way, so.
It seems Valhalla has arranged something special for you in the throne room. See you again soon,
See, Oski Woski with the 2. Thanks for the heads up. I only got 3 orders in. Hey, that's pretty good. You know, if you sell them for like an average of 25 bucks a piece, then you know what? That's like an extra $100 for doing nothing. So that's pretty good, man. Can't be upset about that. And Michelle Soguchi with the 3 months. I bought, I bought pre-ordered 2 Steam Decks and 1 paid for the other. Wish I had more accounts. Yeah, dude, the fucking Steam Deck was crazy. I got the first wave and I sold mine for $2,800 cash on Facebook Marketplace. Which, that was like insane. Like the fucking upcharge on the Steam Deck was wild when they came out.
The man at the crossroads of a fateful decision.
Aye, you've spoken of this, brother.
Yeah, when the Steam Deck first came out, if you were in like one of those first waves, they were selling for like $4 grand. Then they went down to like 2,800, then down to like 2,000, then like 1,200, and then they eventually came in stock. So the price, you know, hovered around the $700 to $800 mark.
He's either Valhalla's or yours.
Because you could only buy them in the U.S., so people were buying them off of eBay who were international for like insane amounts of money even after they came out for a while. Because you couldn't buy it direct from Steam. You had to buy it from somebody reselling.
A memory fragment of your time in Alfheim, then.
Tell me, who was Kratos of Sparta the day you made your pledge to Ares?
I was the youngest captain in the Spartan army. I had gained a reputation for my skills in combat, my command on the battlefield, but also my aggression. I was determined to never lose, and until then, never had. My men were loyal, fiercely so.
How many Spartans did you command?
Not enough that day.
How many barbarians did you face?
Thousands.
We could use some limited time assistance, couldn't we?
Yeah, I sold my Steam Deck OLED, like, limited edition, I think, for $1,200. So that was another nice thing that you could do, is if you pre-ordered the limited edition of the Steam Deck. You also could make some money on that. I was really tempted to keep that one because it looked so cool, but...
Seems Valhalla won't let you that way unless you strike a bargain.
I don't know. Like, when it comes to making money, it's just, like, not justifiable to hold on to stuff like that. Yeah, I sold my Halo Infinite Xbox as well. I kind of wish I had kept it too. That was a really cool console. And Xbox hasn't done a singular, like, special edition console since. Which is so dumb, if you ask me. There's just no excitement around that brand at all anymore. It's a fucking shame. They've completely eroded any and all brand interest.
Incoming! Above you!
Yeah, I was a former Xbox fanboy, bro. I fucking loved Xbox during the 360 generation and during the beginning of the Xbox One generation. They actually had games unlike Sony. And then ever since the Will of Phil took over, it's just gone downhill and is completely unrecognizable. Because even when they were all about the TV shit, they at least had good games. Now you can't even say that.
Still got it.
Dear, why help prepare me to take your old position? Why not fulfill it yourself? You seem capable.
To the mortals of these realms, I am an
Easy interruption, but we're forging ahead now.
Until next time.
On your left!
Dude, you can't even fucking see.
Behind you! Look out! Shield right now! Well, that's a load off.
Yeah, Brit is getting old.
Ah, seems you must endure a burden for a time to receive a greater reward. Are you tempted? Behind you! Incoming!
God damn, this shit's boring. Yeah. I mean, I guess, like, if you're a fan of the combat, this would be a good mode to play while you're, like, listening to a podcast or something, but... Yeah, I don't know. Just sitting here with your undivided attention, it's not very entertaining.
I believe your target's on the battlefield there. Left side, left one.
The PS4 got a lot better later in the life cycle, but at first it sucked. There was nothing for like 2 to 3 years other than Infamous. It's like basically it.
A little edge for this attempt, perhaps.
Yep, the same recycled boss.
I'm back! What a thrill! I must say, it's genuinely hard to think of anything stupider than pledging your soul to Ares of all people. I mean, any of Zeus's brood are bound to be garbage. Present company by no means excluded. But Ares made a real art out of being vicious and depraved. Though, I suppose I can't begrudge you your role model. I see you still use the blades he gave you. Can you really say you regret a decision, and still keep benefiting from the trappings of that decision? I'm not sure, I'm just asking. You ever try to do the math on how many people died as a result of your little collaboration? Like contemplating the grains of sand on a beach, isn't it? Just overwhelming, honestly.
I can't afford you!
What is that?
Looks like someone left you a party favor. Oh, and it's a symbolic totem of your shame. That's so thoughtful. Oh, now you've done it.
Back when God of War was good.
And we all know your past actions wouldn't pass them with anybody.
What was that trophy for, dude? I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, I meant to ask. How did you like setting yourself on fire? Truly entertaining stuff. Sorry to miss how it ended up. I think maybe you still have some ash on your skin. Am I crazy? Decisions, decisions.
Wow, the exact same fucking thing. Alright, it's different.
A siren? Cover my ears! Kratos!
Where's her tits?
Untether yourself, man! Why are you using that weapon? Are you confused? Oh, not the song attack!
Yeah, why aren't her tits hanging out?
Ruthless as ever, Kratos. And stay dead. Ah, one less monkey on your back. You killed the thing someone told you to kill. Behind you! Watch out! More enemies, left side! Behind you, watch out! Orb! Find behind you!
Oh. I'll wait till I get to the next stopping point. Alright, I have no... Dude, this is so irritating. You don't know where the fuck you're supposed to go. There we go.
Ah, maximum challenge, maximum reward. Who's scared on you, Griffin? shield! Strike now! Incoming right side! Come back to the start and ascend or whatever it is.
Combo finish. Just don't understand why every enemy is so fucking tanky, man.
Getting a choice regarding your fate must be nice.
Brother.
Well done, Kratos.
Oh, and of course I have no health.
I brought something else to keep things interesting. You're not the only one with weapons from far-off lands, you know. Ready?
Oh, that's great. What? Dude, what the fuck is this shit? Am I playing Dark Souls? What the? Oh, great. QTEs. Nice.
Blood for blood.
Bro, he's AoE spamming? Really? What the fuck is this shit, bro?
On your guard.
There's the fire. Good, Kratos.
Yeah, he's like AoE spamming like a fucking Souls boss.
Defend yourself. Those who have fallen, carry me. Look out! Tyr's using them to heal.
Why did you do it, Kratos? Why did you pledge yourself to Ares?
I was ambitious. Proud. I could not accept defeat. I crave power.
Is that all? Are you sure? Nothing more to that story? Nothing else under the surface?
Left side, brother!
Blood for blood. Throwing round. Look out! Arms up.
Watch your left!
Bro, what the fuck? Go away, bro. Jesus. And you're not gonna kill him still.
I yield, Kratos.
Very well.
I believe you found an understanding within yourself. Shall we see?
Fools. It's not only memories.
Indeed. For what is a memory apart from our perspective on it? You know the
Manlet
evils
of
that came
war.
with your path.
Yeah, every
You know the
5'11"
evils within
man's
yourself.
internal struggle
Yes,
personified.
these you dwell on. But it's not that simple, is it?
The Horde is
Fighting
fast,
against the
brother.
man he could have
What would have
been
happened if you
if
didn't
only
stop
he
it?
would have had an extra
Our
inch or
lands
two.
would have been overrun. Our people killed, violated.
People your army was sworn to protect. An army led by you. Did you not feel a duty to fulfill your purpose? Did you not fear for the safety of your homeland? You saved them.
You would excuse my actions.
Excusing them is not the exercise, Kratos. Only accepting them. Accepting that you acted based on what you knew then, not on what was to come. Your motivation and their consequences.
Yeah,
are
Kratos
far
is
more
fighting
complicated
against
than
his
you let yourself
therapist,
believe.
basically.
I think perhaps
Oh
you have
my
more to
God.
process.
Yes. I have much to think about. I will return.
And I will be waiting.
Yeah, I'll be waiting for you, Kratos. Better take an Advil. Looks like you got a little headache there. Jesus Christ, bro.
You're going to accept the invitation in the first place?
Yes. His voice echoes in the halls. There's no mistaking it.
So it's Tyr's game you're playing? This is all his idea?
A game is not his purpose.
And what?
We all do.
Silence,
As
woman.
we trust in Valhalla.
Let's see. Daryl's on the 2. I just go for GameStop to sell God of War and Gran Turismo. Say, I don't know what you mean. You mean like go to GameStop? I guess. Yeah, you can if you want, or you can stick them on eBay. EB7 with the 2. Finally got Alt Bunny code. 6% chance was crazy. Nice, man. Congratulations. She's worth it. Well worth it.
And they say you can't buy
And Oski Woski with the 5. Mute Brit. Is Brit here? Let's see. There we go. R.I.P. Brittany Dick. Matthew with the 2, are you going to review this? I was going to when I originally played through it, but I just like genuinely despise this shit. I really don't want to. I really don't want to. It's just not even fun to talk about. Michelle Soguchi with the 2. Come on, guys. Can we hit the tip skull? Yeah, for real. I know. I'm gonna fucking go homeless. I'm gonna have to go back to selling video games full time. Shit. And Matthew with the 5. Credit to Blender. What did you... Wait, what do you mean the current console generation... Wait. What do you mean the current console generation wouldn't last any longer? What do you mean by that? You can just put it in a regular chat, but like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean the current console generation wouldn't last any longer? Like, what are you referring to with that? But yeah, just let me know in the regular chat. You don't need to send a super chat. And Juan with the 5 just got home, and the white person from South Africa has become the true naysayer of Africa for beating the black guy from Nigeria. Uh-oh.
That's right! That's right!
And RTU sounds. We'll do this one.
Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
That's my favorite RTU sound. I Seller with the 5. I don't know what this game is, but I'm smiling. Oh, is it that indie game that's skipping Xbox because Microsoft's fucking development portal is completely fucked up? I think I know what this is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I saw this earlier. So yeah, Colt says Microsoft and Xbox empowering developers. Another game hack skips Xbox because the registration/certification process. See below. And it says, we're deeply sorry that we have failed to meet the expectations of all Xbox players. Hack will not be coming to Xbox. Thank you. And it says, thank you very much for your help and attention. However, during the process of getting our game on Xbox, we encountered numerous obstacles. What seemed like a simple procedure turned into a nightmare due to many bugs in the Microsoft Partner Center, preventing us from successfully completing account registration. Even Microsoft's support service system had bugs, making it impossible to initiate inquiries about our issue. This is simply unbelievable for developers. We informed ID at Xbox about our problem or predicament, but they were powerless to help, as apparently falls outside their scope of responsibility and seems to be a Microsoft issue. In reality, porting the Xbox version of our game would have taken less than 2 weeks, but we spent over 14 months trying to apply for game publication and complete Microsoft partner identity registration. This experience has been terrible because we can feel the enthusiasm from the Xbox community players, yet we struggle to resolve the problems at hand. Although we very much want to share Hack's adventure story with more players, our development funds are extremely tight and we cannot afford to wait any longer. As a result, we've ultimately decided to abandon the Xbox platform release. We deeply regret this outcome, but we've truly done our best. To be honest, this is the first time since we started developing games that we've felt such enthusiastic support from players. This has convinced us that the Xbox community must be truly amazing. They weren't going to buy your game anyway, bro, unless it was going to Game Pass. We love it. We're incredibly grateful to all Xbox players who have offered support and assistance. AKA buy our game on a different platform. Yeah, the Phil Spencer. Well, that's just the Microsoft effect. Microsoft is insanely inept when it comes to, you know, actually running technology systems. Like, it's pretty wild. You know, pretty much the entire corporate world runs on Microsoft, like, systems and servers and everything. But Microsoft themselves are some of the worst fucking designers from a user experience level out there. Like, they just have completely talentless hacks running their, like, different portals and user experiences and, you know, everything. It's just horrible. Anytime you have to go through Microsoft support, you might as well just throw your fucking device away or whatever your issue is, because it's not going to go away. So let's see. Let me see if... Matthew, did you respond in the chat? I don't see anything. All right. Let's see. Raging Boar with the 1.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Well, you were gifting a bunch of memberships on a lolcow live, so you have an excuse. So. Bill Gates too focused. Well, Bill Gates doesn't work there. Even better that news dropped. It's not like a Souls game. Oh, for Black Myth. Yeah. I'm probably going to play it, so. Juan with the 1.
You're broke! You're fucking
You are not
poor!
gifting memberships in lolcow, so you have no excuse. Yeah, well, that's a common thing with Game Pass is like you have no incentive to actually finish your games because it's like if you buy a game, you're financially invested. If you download it in Game Pass, it's like, I'll play it for 10 minutes and never touch it again. I was definitely guilty of that when I played stuff in Game Pass. And Tim Marco with the 1, and that's Canadian funny money too, so it's even worse.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Canadian funny money at that. Wow. Play Tomba? I pre-ordered that on Limited Run Games. I don't know what the hell it is, but I technically own it. But I don't have it yet. Raging Bored the 2, I like bringing joy to others. You are a rarity in this chat, that's for sure. Most people here don't like bringing joy, especially to me. An old 2D platformer. Yeah, Britt, you would fit right in on lolcow Live. Just not in the audience. Daryl Zone with the 2, is Black Myth better than God of... From the looks of it, yeah. The gameplay to a Monkey Man simulator looks a lot better. It looks fast-paced and fun. Yeah, that God of War deal came at a good time because I just did a $600 PSA submission today, so I need that money. I won't.
Got lost in the whirlpool of tasks? Your Mac may be on the brink of burnout as well. Let's check in Macation with the menu app in Clean My Mac X. Book space on your disk. Optimize RAM. Recharge the batteries. Vacation for you, Macation for your Mac.
I can't look at it because I don't want to take them out. So I got to get them slabbed up and protected. They showed PS5 gameplay today. Oh, did they? That's nice. Did it look alright or busted? I saw you had that Dark Paladin. I was a Yu-Gi-Oh fan. I mean, I like the old cards and stuff still, but I don't keep up to date with the modern Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. Like, unless it's one of the, like, original series, like, monsters or cards, I don't really know anything about it. mean, I know some about like 5Ds and GX, but mainly the original like era of Yu-Gi-Oh is what I'm familiar with, like Egyptian God cards, Blue Eyes, Red Eyes, Black Luster Soldier, Dark Paladin, Dark Magician, that type of shit. Eye Sailor with D2. What is this? Oh. Let me change my monitor to the different source. Let's see. I'll put it in dark mode so it's there. It's a weird fucking ball. It almost looks like a armored vagina. Isn't Pot of Greed a banned card because it was too good? Hell yeah, dude. We was Wu Kangs and shit. Oh, the collector's edition with no game inside. So pointless. Like,
Metro presents a tale of two wireless customers.
I've been a loyal customer since today.
Forever.
Which means I
名还是删文甲、通关文牒啊，这些里有制作人对玩家的寄语，还有官网码。那么多的不说了，这个被炒上天的最高规格黑石化悟空收藏版现在就在手里，还有2天就要直面天命。大喜！这套藏品能不能窥探游戏里面的一些设定？今天我这个给大家助兴，豪华版的封面是乱蟠桃，收藏版的封面用的则是寿星经的内容，特别像我们小时候连环画的插图。打开礼盒呢，分上下2层内容物。上头第一面的开门见山的给到了绿色的收藏铁盒。
Like that looks so weird.
明信片和收藏卡。
And nothing, it's not even a slot for the disc.
门见山的给到了绿色的收藏铁盒。明信片和收藏。
Like, not even a slot for a disc in the future if they ever release one. It's literally just whatever that is, a monkey.
卡，明信片。收藏卡是金属的，画面是那种漫画版的猴子拿。
What in the fuck is that?
拿着光盘。明信片。收藏卡是金属的。
A card? Where do you buy this collector's edition?
画面是那种漫画版的猴子拿着光盘，我觉得比单给一个悟空的脸要有意思。接下来的是一些纸品人偶的说明。
Yo, where do I pre-order this collector's edition so I can grade the card?
还是删文甲、通关文牒啊，这些里有制作人对玩家的寄语，还有官网码。
I just want to grade the card, man. I don't actually want the card. I just want to grade it and be the first one to grade it.
人偶收藏卡等等，上层的最后一格。取心经的画卷，天命啊是悟空的纪念邮票，猴票还挺有情怀的啊。接下来有3个礼盒，金乌的徽章，雷谢的指环，风铎的项链，看着像景区纪念品，实际上他们在游戏里是有意义的。金乌很多人都知道啊，古代神话3足神鸟太阳的化身，这样的祥瑞后羿他生了9个，生一个不知道在游戏里能不能加火属性啊。风铎呢是一种乐器，在唐代悬于寺庙塔檐之下，白居易就写过前有多宝塔，风铎名4端。 游戏中是不是加风属性的，咱也知不道。最后一个雷蟹的解释呢比较复杂，涉及到古时候的一些替换字啊，在游戏中的语境里啊，大家其实可以理解为用来引雷或者避雷的法器，这个感觉是功能性的呀，具体用途咱们游戏里见吧。那么作为一个主魔玩的 UP 主啊，这一套收藏里面最吸引我的就是这个12寸黑猴人偶。我们先拿出主体给大家过目。由 InArt 制作，这集可能很多观众并不是魔玩收藏者。InArt 是国内一家非常牛逼、专注于收藏级人偶的厂牌。虽然到目前呢只开创了3年，但是他的作品已经跻身世界超一流的水平了。有可找。
Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, my social credit just went up. Let's see. So, Black Myth Wukong Collector's Edition PS5. Where can I pre-order? You have to order from their website. Heshenhua. The fuck? Pre-order now. Let's see. Collector's Edition. How much is it? How much is it? Play Asia. So it looks like the deluxe edition comes with the case. You don't have to get the collectors. Let's see, how much is it? $170. Yeah, no thanks. No fucking thank you. Absolutely not. Yeah, I would imagine all the steelbooks have the card. Yeah, not a fucking chance, dude. $170 for an empty fucking case. Yeah, no thank you. No thanks. Well, bro, I can't be affording that shit, you know.
I can't afford this shit!
I'm just a simple man out here, you know, gaming for a living. I can't afford such trivialities as $160 collector's editions, guys. Times are tough and Bidenomics are in full swing, so... Click one of those shorts? Which one? No, I don't have the money. I'm broke. Like I just said.
I can't afford this shit!
Don't eat. I drank a gallon of water every day. Oh my god. Wow, dude, that's crazy. And then she's coming. When your friend has never experienced a healthy relationship. Oh my god, bro, that's literally me, dude. Quite literally. But yeah. No, the profit won't cover the cost. If I could have placed a few more orders, then maybe, but it won't. Dude, I just had to pay $600 for a PSA grading submission today, so I am officially in the poorhouse. Which I should be able to get most of that money back when I get my stuff, but it's going to take a few months. I make $300,000 a year? I wish. Then I could have my phone without a case. And I could just, not even worry about it. Once I make $250,000 a year from my job, I will not ever use a phone case again. But I'm not there yet. Uncle Grandpa with the 5. Got invited by a friend. Yeah, you're just rubbing it in, aren't you? To go see Alien Romulus. Thought it would be bad. Ended up loving it, lol. Movie's wild. Nice, dude. Glad you had a good time and enjoyed the movie. And Michelle Soguchi with the 2. Here's 150. Thank you, Michelle. That's very kind of you. Especially considering what was said about me in the past.
The sexually frustrated edgelords like Griffin Gaming love it. Hey, Griffin, you're pushing 30 and saving yourself for marriage? You know what I call that? You're a fucking incel who just can't get any. Griffin Gaming. Yeah. He's saving him. The guy who fucking talks so much shit all of a sudden has morality for marriage. You know who says that? People who can't have sex.
That's right, man. If you have morality for marriage, you quite literally can't have sex. Shit. Juan with the 5 got an autist tard at the bar annoyed while watching UFC 305. He only ordered 1 food item and water while I ordered more and tipped my bartender. Hopefully she appreciated that tip.
Gaming.
7 inches? That's pretty big.
And let's see, Carnoraptor with the 5. Playing Rebirth and getting burnt out on all the side quests and Chadley stuff. Is it worth doing them? Nah. Don't. Bro, that's the reason I've never platinumed that game and probably never will, is like all the side activities are boring. Just stick to the main story stuff. I don't want to drop the game because I'm bored. Yeah, just do the main story stuff. Like, some of the side quests are worth doing, but I wouldn't, like, binge all the side activities in Chadley and exploration stuff. I wouldn't bother with that. Yeah, I skipped, like, 90% of the open world activities, so. Daryl's on with the 2. Here's your $2, brokey. That's $1.99, bro. I'm counting my pennies, so every cent counts, but, thanks anyway. And Uncle Grandpa with the 2. Also, sup, man, how things have been going. Pretty decent. Can't complain. Other than, my financial, but all is well, man. All is well. Well, Square Enix traditionally for their games has made like super fucking obnoxious achievement. Like, look at Final Fantasy 13, for example. That game is a bitch to get all the achievements for. So they kind of have that tendency. I mean, Remake was obnoxious with the achievements as well. I don't think 16 was that bad. 15 wasn't too bad, but it was very tedious. Took a lot of just, grinding towards the end to level up like the field abilities, especially early on. I like 15's side quests. I like Rebirth side quests better than 15's, personally. Because, like, the thing I like about the Rebirth side quest is, like, they build on the characters. So if you like a specific character, you can go, like, spend time with them, essentially, doing, like, the side quest, which I liked. The fucking, what was the dog named Salmon quest was pretty funny. I saw there with the 2, Sephiroth and the 3D brawler made me a monk after. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like all that side activity stuff I don't really want to do. That's just miserable to get through. I just want to play, you know, the stuff that I enjoy. So. Aerith dating sim? I mean, or Tifa if you have no taste, but yeah. Or Yuffie if you want to catch a felony, but hey, it's Japan, so. Live, laugh, love. Speaking of Kingdom Come Deliverance, no. No, no, no. See, this is the appropriate length for a video covering this topic.
Oh, nothing works
2
on
minutes.
this acne.
Hi. Who? I'm a licensed dermatology provider from...
Screen Rant Lord Black Myth Wukong's score after a female journalist
What does Cloud even do with Yuffie on their date? She rides his face like a stationary bike.
criticized the game for not including female characters and for the monkey's supposed lack of diversity. She then attacked the developers over false accusations. Black Myth Wukong, combat is fluid and fun. Cinematography can be breathtaking at times. Great diversity in items and mechanics. Cons, game's performance is unpolished, lacking in inclusivity and diversity. While my analysis review of Black Myth Wukong remained focused on gameplay, it's important to mention the controversies surrounding the game's studio and the reports of misogyny and sexism from developers. Playing as a female gamer allowed me to notice issues surrounding inclusion and representation. Nothing about being a female allows you to play a video game in a different mindset. That's not even true. That's retarded. Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? I mean, playing like a moron does, and so you do get a unique perspective on this, but it's just not the one that she's talking about. As far as chapters 1 and 2, clearly fictitious. The only exception, you can call it a female as a boss, so there's no girls in the game. Thank God. Here's the thing. Whenever I see stuff like this, it makes it very evident to me that these people are completely disconnected from their audience.
No, it's just more proof that women deserve less.
I don't think that anybody should take a website seriously that publishes articles like this. Like, for me, like, when I see something like this, I immediately write off everything on the entire website. Like, somebody approved this to happen, right? The website is allowing this to be there because this is not about providing insight and helping consumers make informed decisions. It's about pushing an agenda and trying to make other people follow along with your agenda. I'm so glad that, like, again, this game is going to come out and it's going to be a massive success. Like, I don't want anybody to be confused about this, and this is a fucking fact.
Even IGN gave it an 8. Think about that.
So when it comes out and it's a massive success, it's going to be another example of this type, you know, basically industry-based collusion of like not following a certain type of like viewpoint or like worldview. It's going to be another point on the graph of that failing. Games journalists and these game review websites are no longer the gatekeepers in selling your game or promoting your game. And the only thing that really matters is advertising directly to the customer and making a game that's fun to play. And filling in the boxes that they've created for you to click. None of this matters. Alienate wokeness? Well, I think that the studios are realizing that by making the people like this happy, they end up alienating their actual customers.
The thing is, though, is like, you know, it's just they're trying to go for engagement bait, which I guess worked. I didn't click on the actual review, but that's all they're doing is they're hoping people will go click on their fucking stupid article and give them more fucking views, basically. That's it. That's all it's about. It's just about, like, you know, engagement farming. Used to be an IGN hate watch. I used to actually like IGN back in the like 360 era. Like IGN was actually pretty informative back in like the, I guess, early 2010s. Like up until like the PS4 launch and a few years after that, like IGN was actually pretty decent. But post 2016, just like every other media outlet, it took a massive fucking shit and became, you know, leftist bullshit, essentially. One of my favorite actors? What, this fucking bitch? Hell no. Dude, she's ugly.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. So Valdis with the 2, check Digital Foundry for Space Marine 2. Yeah, we can maybe look at that. Juan with the 2. What is this?
Oh, what is it you're holding? A cookie?
Is this going to be one of those war over
24 minutes? I don't know. Claus Mystery with the 20. Warner Bros. Is now getting closer to bankruptcy. Yeah, it's not surprising. Hollywood's like in a fucking shit show right now, so nobody's watching movies anymore because they're either woke as shit or just garbage. Yeah, it's just a doomer video. An Eyeseller with the 2. This game is a fat W in a way I didn't think. Yeah, the base Chinese, bro. Telling women, get out of our video games and get back in the fucking kitchen. Hell yeah.
populated videos? Yeah, we're gonna find out. This has been the case with a lot of friends of mine, is that I think that a lot of people don't have kids anymore, and the reason why is because of money. I think that is the main reason. And there's
no, it's not. It's because people are selfish and they would rather engage in consumerism. It's not about the money. It's about the messaging that they're constantly exposed to. Like, oh, you need to go travel, or oh, you need to go on this vacation, or oh, you need to buy this car, or you need to fucking work a 9 to 5, or like, you know, you need to be a boss bitch. So it's money, but it's not. It's the way people have, I guess, shifted their priorities.
Other reasons too, but that's the main reason.
The US fertility rate drops to another historic low.
Ooh.
Births in Japan hit record low.
Ooh.
Italy's national birth rate
Ouch.
is declared a national emergency. Nearly every country is due to shrink by 2100. There's little to no doubt that there's like an ongoing fertility crisis. People are choosing to not have babies anymore. From South Korea to the United States to Norway to Taiwan, pretty much every rich country. And you might not think this is a problem, but it is a problem for a few reasons. The reality is that people are living longer than ever at the moment.
Yep.
When people start to live this long, you need new workers to replace the ones that are retiring. You need new workers to pay taxes, will eventually fund the pensions of those who retire. And you need young people in the workforce to take care of those older people. In the 1960s, there were 6 people of working age for every retired person. And by 2035, it's expected to be 2 to 1. This is one of those topics where if you ask 5 different people, you'll get 5 completely different answers as to what the reason is.
I think that all the reasons, it's like you can look at different branches, but it all comes from the same tree, which is financial uncertainty. I think that's the main reason. Like, there's other social reasons too.
Well, the reason why poor countries have a skyrocketing birth rate is because a lot of them are agrarian societies, which means they need kids to do the fucking manual labor for free. And also, there's a good chance that your kids won't survive. So there's also that aspect too.
But I think that's the main thing.
People tend to have quite strong opinions. Some people might say it's a cost of living issue. Some people might say that it's to do with declining rates of religion.
That's probably true.
Some people might blame women's liberation movements, for example. Either way, no matter what people say, they're typically pretty certain that either their experience or their belief is the reason why, on a global scale, people aren't having children. I think we can do better than that, because when I see that there's a problem that is affecting Norway, the US, Taiwan, and France, I tell myself...
Well, women's liberation is a front. It's not actual liberation. All it is was an effort to double the size of the workforce, thereby driving down the price that companies have to pay for an employee to do a job, and also increases property value and consumer spending across the board. Because when you have two people working, when you used to only have one, well, that means now you need 2 cars, now you need double the amount of like work-related products. You know, now if you're single, the woman and the man are both going to want their own house or apartment. Like, it just goes on and on and on. But yeah, it's all a way to drive down the amount of money companies have to pay employees, but also the amount of money that people spend at the same time. So very sneaky.
That there's got to be like a better answer that we can give, right? Because these countries are completely different. The childcare situation, for example, in Norway is vastly different to the childcare situation in the US, which is vastly different to the UK. So I feel like we can get a better answer than just this one-line solution of, oh, it's the cost of living. I think we can do better. If it's me, to be honest, like even just a couple of weeks ago, I would have put the blame squarely on the cost of housing. In fact, there's this one chart that lives like...
Yeah, I mean, that's the way I think of it. I think it's because people don't have the money. At least that's the ones that I know here. That's the reason why.
Rent-free. It's a chart that compares the growth of house prices to the growth of incomes in the UK. And intuitively, to me, it feels like that's why people wouldn't want to have kids.
Yeah, of
and
course.
To a lot of people, it feels that
That's
way.
the way I see it.
I want to challenge my intuition, and maybe we can reach a more nuanced answer as to
it?
why this is more of a global problem than necessarily a specific localized problem. For example, this is a piece of research from the US, which tried to establish what the effect of a $10,000 increase in housing would be on people's decision to have kids. Unsurprisingly, if house prices go up, it corresponds to a 2.4% drop in the decision to have kids if you are renting. However, if you own your home, you actually become more likely to have kids as house prices go up. The net effect of this is that when house prices go up in the US, more people actually want to have kids, which is really counterintuitive.
Yeah, doesn't make sense.
Because in the UK, the effect of increasing house prices...
No, that makes perfect sense. Because when the price of your house goes up, you feel more wealthy, because it's like, oh, well, I paid $400,000 for my house and now it's worth $600,000. So you're like, oh yeah, I just made $200,000 off of this shit. You know, shit hits the fan, we can always sell the house, bank the money, and we're financially sound. So yeah, people have more kids when the value of their basically investments go up because they feel more financially stable. So that makes complete sense.
Is a net decrease. And this is just one piece of evidence that immediately helps us understand that we can't just think of this problem as a one-line solution.
Yeah.
Clearly, housing can't explain the full picture. I think the cost of having children is another huge factor that people typically fall back on when they explain the reasons why people aren't having kids. It's too expensive. However, it seems that even paying people to have kids isn't working very well. Taiwan spent more than $3 billion trying to get citizens to have more children, and it's had no success at all. Wow. In France, they've spent even more money, about 4% of their GDP, on various measures to encourage people to have children. To put this into perspective, if the US spent 4% of its GDP on family measures, that would be the equivalent of the entire defense budget. So some countries at least, are actually spending a huge amount of money on things like tax breaks, things like direct cash transfers, and things like childcare benefits to encourage people to have kids. So clearly there's a bit more to this whole situation than meets the eye initially. And I think we can maybe look at some of the research and evidence, because there's a whole body of research and evidence to
What the
engage with.
fuck?
And
Yeah.
I've tried to find the best bits to share it with you, and I'm curious to hear what your opinions are on these
All right, let's
different
see it.
aspects. What I do find really interesting is like how the narrative has changed around this topic, because a couple of decades ago, overpopulation was all the rage. All of the discussion around the number of people on Earth revolved around...
Overpopulation is not a problem unless you're in like fucking India or China or something like that. But even then, it's not a problem. It's just people flood to the big cities. So they still have a shit ton of civilized countryside in both of those countries. But overpopulation is a thing with third world countries, not, actual developed nations.
Around the fact that there were too many people, and we have two people to blame for this. First of all, we have this dude here. His name is Thomas Malthus, and he is an 18th century economist, and he was the first major figure to really write about this idea of a population boom. He saw that the quality of life in 18th century England was dropping pretty quickly, and he said
of course he's British. The British ruin everything.
There's too many people, and that we get to a point where there wouldn't be enough food to sustain the growing population. And a couple of decades later, another professor wrote about the same topic. His name was Paul Ehrlich, and he wrote a book called The Population Bomb. And people really believed him. To kind of put into perspective how scared people were of overpopulation, I want to share a quote by the chairman of the Federal Reserve in the US, who said that overpopulation could be more explosive than the atomic or hydrogen bomb.
Oh my, yeah, the Federal Reserve. You might as well not believe anything they tell you.
Even on the other side of the world, in China.
Shit, man, if it comes from the Federal Reserve, do the opposite.
These
they used to have
fears
the
of
one-kid
overpopulation
policy.
promoted
Yeah.
China's decision
They
to
had that for years.
implement their one-child policy, the whole package of laws and regulations designed to stop Chinese people from having more than one child. If we fast
And
forward to
now
today,
there's a problem in China where there's not enough women. Like, it's basically a 4-to-1 ratio for certain age groups when it comes to men versus women, because what happened is if Chinese couples during the one-child policy days had a girl, they would kill the child or abort it because a girl can't pass on the family name, so they would get rid of all their daughters and have a son. So, yeah, there's like a whole generation of Chinese men that don't have any potential partners within their age group.
those fears were like clearly unfounded. I think most of us understand that food insecurity is a distribution problem and not an agriculture problem. And instead, we've ended up in a situation where underpopulation is the problem, where there are not enough young people. And I want to take a little bit of time to talk about the US specifically, because I think they've got some really interesting factors that paint a different picture of the fertility crisis to the one that you might have in your head at the moment. This is a graph of the US fertility rates, and it's the kind of graph that makes you want to jump to a specific conclusion or a one-line answer as to what's going on here. But the real interesting part of this graph isn't what it looks like now, it's what it looks like when you kind of break it down by demographics. And thankfully, The Economist has done this for me. If we look at birth rate divided by age, we see some really interesting trends. Somewhat surprisingly, the fertility rate amongst women over 30 has actually been steadily rising since the 1990s. However, you might see something else that's quite interesting. Birth rates amongst 15 to 19-year-old women in the US dropped dramatically. The actual figure is 77%. And
that's probably a good thing. Yeah, because I know people that had kids in high school and it fucked their life up. Yeah, I'd say that definitely is a good thing. I'd say so. I feel like maybe what's happening is like, because you look at like France, Italy, Japan, like the US, I feel like these are all very developed countries, and I'm not sure like what it's like in those other countries, but there's been a conversation about things called like third spaces where people go to interact with other people. Like, for example, a card shop, a skate park, a shopping mall, or something like that. And now I think that people don't really do that as much. So maybe it's because people aren't interacting with the opposite sex at all. Like, yeah, the arcade, right? Because it's like, when do you really
that's definitely not me, bro. I don't fall into that category.
Interact with girls? Like, a real question, right? If you're a young person, when do you interact with girls?
Never.
Girls. At work?
Well,
yeah.
I'm not really young, so, yeah.
And so, like, never, right? Naturally, right? This is the Assandgold stream, so the answer is never. Yeah, but like at work, well, at work it's totally different, right? Like, it's a totally different dynamic, totally different vibe. So it's like work or school. So like outside of work or school, when are you interacting with them? Probably fucking never. And I think that's probably a big reason too. It's a huge reason.
He explained that more than half of the drop in America's total fertility rate.
I'm not a hermit, though. I just don't ever put, like, myself in a situation where I have to interact with other people. Like, I work remote. I fucking stream at night, I walk my dog, and go to the gym. That's, like, literally it. And then I go to the grocery store. So unless it's one of those, like, two places, the gym or the grocery store, that shit ain't happening.
Is driven by...
Unless I have a random spawn in my fucking living room, but... I don't know, bro. Claus Mystery of the 20. Wow, dude, then China is a gay paradise. Yep. I have a trip planned in 2 months.
Women under 19 choosing to no longer have kids. Around a third of these births would have been unplanned, and the majority of these births would have been on low incomes as well. In the UK, we actually see a similar trend where women at age 20 are having half as many children. Unlike richer women, these young women are not going to compensate by having more kids in the future. And I actually want to like take a brief second to have a little aside and talk about the fact that often the most vilified group of people are actually the most important group of people to society. I'm sure you've heard young single mothers described as a burden on society or as lazy, but clearly these women were
The problem is not the young single mothers. The problem is that the fathers of the kids that the young single mothers have don't take accountability for the kid, and they don't help raise the kid. That's the actual problem. People have been having kids at 19 for like, because you got to keep in mind, like people have been having kids at like 16 to 19 years old for 99.999% of the...
Go out and meet a girl. Where should I go?
History of humankind. This isn't like some kind of fucking like weird thing that it happens. This is the norm. It is. And both parties are to blame. Even lower than 16. Yeah, to be honest with you, even lower than 16.
Wait,
right?
Before anyone answers it, I know the answer. Go join a club. I hate when people say that shit. Michelle Soguchi with the 2. Griffin saving interactions with women for marriage. Exactly. I want a blind arranged marriage. Perfect.
Some weird conversation.
In club, gym, grocery. Yeah, I'm not walking up to a random person at the grocery store. I'm not bugging people at the gym, and I don't go to the club.
So I don't want to get too far into that, but it's definitely fucking true, right? You look at history, that's what history says. And so it makes sense that this happens, but the problem isn't necessarily that they're having kids when they're young. The problem is that the fathers are not taking care of the kids. That's where the issue is. That's the real problem.
Like the backbone of the economy. It's an aspect that I feel
not
many
true.
people don't actually think
I think it is.
Obviously,
I don't go to dog parks. They're usually too crowded, and people don't train their dogs well, so I don't trust it with my, poor innocent dog who wouldn't even know what the fuck to do if he got attacked.
it would be unreasonable to say that the reason that no one is having kids is purely because teen pregnancies are down. The economic aspect of it is clearly like important. It's clearly relevant. I don't think it's a coincidence if you look in this graph that the countries that have the lowest fertility rate in Europe, countries like Italy, Spain, and Greece, are also the countries with the highest youth unemployment, the countries where young people live with their parents for the longest, and the economy is in the bin, basically. And if you just ask young adults why they're not having kids, a lot of them will say that it's simply because childcare is too expensive. What I do find interesting, though, is that the fertility crisis is one that affects the whole world, and it affects countries that spend an incredible amount of money on social programs for kids. So this is a quote by Robert Reich. If you don't know who Robert Reich is, he was...
This isn't fully true. Studies show the only thing that matters is the number of caretakers, not their sex. Well, yeah, but if that number is 2, it's better than 1, regardless, right? And I think that's the point that I'm making, right? Is that, like, for a lot of the people that I know that had kids really young, they don't really take care of the kids. Like, I feel like that's pretty simple, like, that's bad. I don't know if I agree with a lot of this. I'm 33, I have 2 kids, 1 more on the way. I just don't have a degree, around house, 2 cars, around my own eBay shop. I personally think it's just people. Yeah, but why do people do that, though, is the question.
US Secretary of Labor, he says that Norway spends around $30,000 per child on early childhood care. Finland spends $23,000. Germany spends $18,000. And the US spends $500 per child.
Guys, I found out, I think there's a way that we can save $500. Holy shit. We could be sending that money to Israel, and we're saying we're spending on kids? Bro, what the fuck? What are we doing?
Yeah, obviously, but all those countries that he just named have lower birth rates than the U.S., so obviously the money isn't working.
The US has a huge childcare spending problem. It just doesn't want to invest in young children. But Norway, which is spending incredible amounts on early childhood care, is still seeing a below replacement birth rate. And when we talk about this problem, we tend to lump men and women in together as if their experience of having children is identical, when there are actually some pretty significant differences that can at least help us explain some more of the trend towards choosing to not have children. And one of these big factors is the fact that women's earnings drop significantly after having a child, and that drop persists decades after they have children. This is not so much a problem.
Of course. I mean, obviously, that's the wage gap. Yeah, this is the real wage gap. It's not, oh, women are being paid less because they're women.
It's not the real wage gap. Oh, my God.
No, it's because they have kids. That's the reason why it happens. It's simply unfair. Well, do you know what's unfair? Biology. Biology is unfair. That's the way the world works. Like, if you're mad about that, you're unhappy about this, that's okay. You can be mad. But I didn't decide this. I didn't make it like this. This is just the way the world works. So, and I think this is why, like, this is, remember what I said before about how, like, marriage isn't for a man or a woman, it's for the kid? I think this is another good example of that. I don't see the problem here. Less people is generally good. In what capacity, right? Serious question. Why do you think everyone's mad? Oh, I don't know. I mean, are people mad? I have no idea.
For men. Men who choose to have kids don't earn significantly less than men who don't choose to have kids. And they don't also experience a short-term drop in the amount that they earn. Gender-based differences in terms of the experience of childcare, I think, are a remarkably important factor because ultimately you need 2 people to have a child. This tracks with the work of Dr. Matthias Dupke. He's like the guy to talk about family economics. It's his like area of specialty. He talks at length about the differences between low fertility countries and ultra-low fertility countries. In the countries that have the lowest levels of fertility, there is a clear trend of women taking on a greater percentage of the burden of childcare.
Yeah.
So in the really low fertility countries, the percentage of childcare duties that is taken on by women can be as high as 80%. In countries that have slightly better fertility ratios, this percentage is much closer to 50-50. There's still a huge stigma in some of these countries, particularly South Korea and Japan, where women are still expected to spend huge amounts of time at home taking care of children, but they can't survive without having a career, or they simply just want a career, which is also very reasonable. The decision to have kids is, in some extent, a signal of optimism.
Dude,
right?
I'm going to be honest. There is not probably a girl out there that wants a career versus staying home and doing whatever the fuck she wants all day. Like, that's the thing, is people have been psyoped into wanting a career. Like, dude, I don't want a fucking career. If I had enough money, I wouldn't fucking work. I would just, like, manage my money and do other side stuff. Like, I don't understand why people have been, like, brainwashed into thinking that a career is anything fucking meaningful. Like, a career is a means to an end. That's it. It's not what you should be focused on for your life. Like, use your career to achieve what you actually fucking want. But what you want should not be the actual career.
In the belief that you'll have a good future, your kid will have a good future, and the world on the whole.
I don't know about before. Like, it's something that has to do with, like, the kids that are feeling that way. Or, sorry, parents that are feeling like their kid's going to be born into, like, a bad world. I don't necessarily think that's going to happen a whole lot. I mean, I'm sure it happens sometimes, so I'm sure it's a factor. But I feel like the main reason why, I mean, I don't know. I think that he's right that it's probably more complicated than what I said about being just money, though. It's probably a combination of things. But all I'm saying is that I think the fact that, like, a lot of dads, like, you know, there's a reason why there's the meme of, you know, dad went out to get cigarettes and he didn't come back for 20 years. Like, that meme isn't really a good meme, is it? That's kind of a bad meme. And so, yeah. What about high abortion rates? Yeah, I think abortion rates probably do play a role in it, too, for sure. Nuclear families destroyed. Yeah, well, it's because people don't get married in the same way, I think. I think that's another factor. It's probably like, the more I think about this, it's probably like 5 things that come together that like make a, you know, like a perfect storm, right? Rather than like one specific thing that causes it to happen.
Has a good future ahead of it. And I think these disparate factors all play into a single idea of optimism about the world. There's a really good research group called Our World in Data. They're amazing. They compiled some data on how optimistic people feel about the world. And you see that there's this concentration of rich, low fertility countries at the bottom of this graph. And I think it helps us at least explain somewhat why the countries that are even trialing just direct one-off cash payments are not seeing remarkable improvement. Giving someone a one-off payment doesn't necessarily make them feel like the world is going to be a better place in the next 5, 10, 15 years. On the other hand, places like Taiwan have tried extended maternity leave, and that hasn't worked because that has actually increased the risk for women. They're going to be out of the workforce for longer, and they're going to struggle to recover the income that they once had.
Well, like if you're thinking about it from a job POV, like why are you going to want to have a girl there that's pregnant working at a job if she's going to have to leave for like 2 months? You know, I mean, just think about it that simple. Yeah, of course that's what's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, it's common sense. That's the way they'd see it. More like a year, maybe. I mean, like 2 years. Well, I don't know. I know that like some women get back to work kind of soon, maybe 2 months. I'm not sure, right? I could be wrong. I've heard from other people that maternity leave, at least here, is like sometimes only 2 months.
These macro factors like the gender wage gap, which kind of creating like a negative pressure, and it's not enough to balance that negative pressure. But importantly, it's also worth mentioning that a lot of the drop in fertility is actually a good thing. It represents that people have agency. People can actually choose whether or not to have children, especially women. In fact, we use the term fertility crisis when it's not really a fertility crisis, it's a worker crisis. Governments aren't trying to create self-actualized, happy, positive individuals. They're trying to create meat for the grinder.
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah, no, he's right about that. I feel like this is a good video. I mean, I didn't know some of this stuff in this video, and I think that you're right. It's probably something that's like 2 years with the fuck, it's 2 or 3 months. I don't know, right? I mean, I'm not going to get back and forth about it. But the point is that I feel like it is money, a big factor. I think the biggest factor here is money. But I think, and there's a video. That was a really, really good one. And people rely on the government too much. Yeah, but like it's the fact that like people don't take accountability for their kids. They have kids, and then they peace out, and then like the mom is stuck with the kids, so then she doesn't want to have the kid because the guy isn't going to stick around to help them. I mean, fuck, man. Like that's money was never the problem. It's an excuse. I think that it's all a lot. I think it's a lot of reasons. It's also the fact that like, as a young guy, like, where can you go to interact with other girls? You can go to, like...
Yeah, that is true. I mean, unless you're, like, going out to, like, fucking nightclubs and shit like that, or you're in college still, and you go to parties, or you meet through work or college, like, there's really not anywhere you can go. Unless you're on a dating app.
Like a club, maybe, but, like, those are super...
Oh, shit! There it is! The fucking club, dude!
Expensive, and you have to pay money to get into those. It's a culture problem. Yeah.
Okay, never mind. That's not the club he was talking about. He was talking about like a nightclub. All right, there we go.
It's like it's an amalgamation of issues. Yeah, I think it's like 5 or 6 different things at the same time, right? The gym or the bar. Yeah, exactly, right? It's harder to do that, and I feel like there's not that same like multi-gender like shared spaces that we used to have. You talk about population. There's already too many people around. Population growth is only needed for unsustained growth models, which can't be realistic anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying like it's pretty clear that the population going down massively is bad. Why not make companies opt for working home facilitate mothers to bring their children to work for the first 2 or 3 years? I don't know. I think there's a lot more to it than that. The rhetoric devalues people, so more and more people don't treat others for being valuable.
Yeah, that's the thing, bro. I would never, like, go and hit on a girl at the gym. That's just weird. I don't know. Like, when I'm at the gym, like, I fucking hate when people ask me shit like, how many more sets do you have? Or shit like that. Like, it fucking pisses me off. So, I know for a fact nobody is going to receive that well. Because even when someone asks me a stupid question like that, it pisses me off. Because I have to take my fucking earbuds out and say, oh, I don't know. It's like irritating. It's like, fuck off, bro. Go away. Like, yeah, you don't want to go to the gym to meet people. Like, you go to the gym to fucking, work out and be miserable for like 30 minutes to an hour and then go home. You're not there to make friends or talk or conversate or hit on or get hit on. Like, I don't know, man. There's no fucking way that would ever be a good idea, I feel like. Unless she's, like, staring you down from across the fucking gym, then... that would probably be the only way, unless it's, like, super fucking obvious that she's, like, staring at you or what. I don't fucking know. Otherwise, not a chance, bro. Because if I was in that situation, it would irritate me. Yeah, the gym people leave each other alone all the... Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, nobody's there to conversate. You got your earbuds in. You're trying to fucking work out. Nobody's in a great mood because, if you're actually trying, then you're kind of in physical pain a little bit. I don't know, man. I feel like that's like the worst place to try and pick up a chick is the gym. Like, unless you're getting water or something and somebody walks up to you and starts talking to you, then I guess fine. But, like, I don't know, man. Even then, it would irritate me. No, the thing I need to do is download dating apps, and I don't want to. The last thing I want to do with my free time is go on a fucking dating app, bro. Like, just the idea of having to message someone is, like, very, very unappealing to me. So, I don't really care. It ain't a priority right now. Clause Mystery with the 50. Alright, that's it. My take. Abortion and divorce is so high because the fucking families of both parties allow it. They mustn't most of the time. Well, yeah, I mean, unless we impose the religious ethno-state, then yeah, divorce and abortion will be legal. And I Siler with the 2. You ready for more Chadley and Queens? Oh, definitely, man. I can't wait for more Chadley. My favorite character, easily. And Orion Prime with the 10. Hey, Griffin, have you played Marvel Ultimate Alliance? No, I haven't. I played the one on 360 back in the day at my friend's house. On the Switch, I'm having a blast playing the game. Nintendo puts up very fun games. And how are you, Griffin? It's been a while. Pretty good, man. Can't really complain. Cannot really complain. No, the problem isn't the number of texts on those apps. The problem is a lot of chicks just go on dating apps to waste time. Like, they're just on there. Like, it's like them playing a video game, basically, for us. Like, you know, when we're bored or are looking for something to fill the time, we'll, like, start playing a video game for a few hours to just kind of kill time and, you know, end our boredom. Girls will go on dating apps and message people for no fucking other reason other than to just fill the time, essentially. So they have zero intentions of actually doing anything like serious or meeting up or going out or anything. They'll just sit there and fucking message people and then after a few hours just completely stop. So that's the issue. It's not even like it's that you end up texting the person a lot. It's like you can end up texting the person a lot and it amounts to absolutely fucking nothing because they're just sitting there wasting your time and theirs. So, yeah, I don't know, bro. No thanks. I don't enjoy texting anyway, so that shit would piss me off. I just like literally the last thing I want to do with my little bit of free time is sit on a fucking dating app and message random people I don't fucking know. Like, that just sounds horrible. That just sounds absolutely fucking horrible. So, I have 0 dating apps on my phone, and it'll probably stay that way for a very long time. I ain't pressed. Michelle Soguchi with the 2. You need to be ignoring women more. They love it. Well, I can't do that any more than I do already, so, you know, maybe it'll work out. Tim Marco with the 279. Time to go to your local church. Yeah, the local pride churches. Nah, not a chance. Yeah, I'm not going to the local pride churches. Plus, the weekend is my one time to sleep, so I wouldn't wake up in time for it anyway. I saw there with the 5. A gift for you. Also, most of them use dating apps for OnlyFans. Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that nowadays. Shit. Yeah, that's probably true. That is probably true. Rebirth spoilers? Uh-oh. What the fuck?
Jesus, stay back!
That's pretty good.
Jesus, stay back!
Yeah, a leaked scene from part 3. This is the real ending to remake part 3 right here. The final showdown. Griffin living that sage lifestyle? Yeah, I guess. Dude, I don't know. Because, like, the thing is, too, is, like, even if, let's say, I did go and, you know, the impossible happened and I spoke to a woman, dude, the likelihood of me actually wanting to be in, like, a relationship is pretty low because it would completely fuck up my schedule. So, there's also that, too. So I'm barely getting by right now with all the shit I have to do on a daily basis. Adding more to the equation would not be a good idea. So I don't even know if, like, I would even want to date, in all honesty. Assigned marriage, and I don't know. I need a girl that'll help with your chores. I don't need help with chores. That's not a big deal. That's not even the problem. I don't give a fuck about that. It's just I don't want to have to dedicate a shit ton of time. See, this is the thing, is I would have to find somebody who understands the Sigma grind, you know? Because, like, bro, let's be honest here. If I was dating a chick, there's no fucking chance they would be cool with me spending every single night from 7 p.m. until, like, fucking 5 a.m. Like, at the gym, walking my dog, and then streaming. Like, there's no fucking way that would work. So, you know, something would have to change, and I don't really want that to change, in all honesty, because, you know, unless someone was very understanding, because they were, like, doing a similar thing where they're on the grind as well, then I don't even know if it would work out. You know what I mean? So that's another reason why I'm not even, like, actively looking at all, so... It is what it is. You should already be in a relationship. Shit is sad, bro. Why should I already be in one? Michelle's so Gucci with the 2. I like spending 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. not talking to women. Pretty much, man. And then, you know, from 9 until 5, I'm working, so...
Gaming.
Fun. So I guess I could squeeze it in between 5 and 7. There you go. I guess I do have some time. Bruh, there you go. I think I can squeeze you in. I got a 2-hour block. I'm gayer than the chat? What is... Like, this doesn't really matter with being gay, though. Because if I don't have time to, like, be in a relationship, it wouldn't matter if it's a man or woman. So, I don't know, bro. That doesn't really come into play as far as gayness. I sleep for like 3 to 5 hours typically. It's like my normal, I guess, sleep schedule. Goons to stacks of I wish I had stacks of cash, bro. What sexuality is that called? I don't fucking know. Benjamin sexual? I have no idea. What the fuck? The dark history of Bungie. Yeah, that's not melodramatic. Jesus Christ. The dark history of Bungie, dude. Oh my god. Not only did they develop video games, but they trafficked children. What is the dark history of Bungie, bro? They make fucking video games. Unless they're running like a fucking child sex trafficking ring or something like that, I wouldn't really call that a dark history. It's extremely unhealthy to be alone for your entire 20s. You'll never get that time back. I guess. I don't know. I don't really care, man. I don't mind being alone at all. It's never bothered me. That has never bothered me in all my life of living alone. Like, never fucking bothered me just being by myself. Griffin in the future, that was my depression. Exactly, dude. As a guy, you'll hit your prime in your late 20s. Well, I'm already in my late 20s, technically. 26 going on 27, so. $29 is late 20s? I mean, I guess, but I would say the second half of your 20s is your late 20s. Let's see. Nothing yet. Damn, bro, his Monkey Man video popped off. Let's see. Nothing from Colt. Dude, 200,000 views on a pure clickbait video. Jesus. I mean, I gotta salute it, but like, damn. I don't go to the bar, so I don't even drink anymore, man. So I don't have a reason to go to a bar. They're clenching their asses for the Xbox news? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sony must be very thankful that Microsoft is the way that they are. And what I mean by that is, you know, Microsoft has been kind of lacking when it comes to getting certain third-party games to their platform. And that's an unfortunate situation because, you know, no matter what, if you're somebody who buys an Xbox, you should be able to get, you know, all the games that...
Yeah, I don't really get the point of a bar, personally, because it's like, what, you just go and sit down and fucking drink by yourself? Like, I've never understood that shit. Like, why wouldn't you just go buy a fucking bottle of whatever the fuck you want to drink and just, you know... sit at home, lay on the couch, or I don't know, boot up a video game and fucking play and drink at the same time, or watch a movie. Like, I don't understand the point of like going and sitting in a fucking public place and just pounding alcohol. It's never made sense to me, but you know, You're paying bottle price for a single glass.
Basically, are able to be played, you know, that aren't exclusive like first party for another console. What I mean by that is Xbox should be able to, you know, go out there and, you know, kind of get the, you know, games that aren't on PlayStation or on Nintendo, or that, you know, the same ones that are. And, you know, it's really a sad state of affairs that this is the situation that is going to be kind of put out there. So, you know, it's really unfortunate. And, you know, as a fan, I want to get into this, you know, but again, like I said, brilliant on Microsoft's part, right? We can't really understate that or overstate that enough. I want to get into it. What's up, everybody? I'm Crapgamer. This is Crapgamer Reviews, back with yet another video. Thank you so much for checking it out. I certainly appreciate it. Please like, share, subscribe. I would appreciate that as well. It helps the channel out, and it means a lot to me personally. Now, with that being said, the
craft beer. Well, I don't drink beer. Like, even when I do drink, like, beer is never an option. So I just drink like liquor straight up, or I'll drink wine. That's it. There's no need for me to go to a bar. I hate mixed drinks as well, so not really worthwhile. But yeah, I've just, like, bars in general, I've never understood the appeal. Like, even when I was drinking, like, normally and frequently, and when I was in college, like, I never fucking understood the point of going to a fucking bar. No, I don't use chasers. I actually like the taste of alcohol. I drink stuff that I like, so I don't have to chase it. So, you know, I'll drink, like, Hennessy, tequila, gin, scotch. What else? I mean, it's sometimes vodka, but not really. But yeah, no, I don't chase with anything. I just drink it normally. Maybe I'll put, like, a cube of ice in a drink occasionally, but that's not really a chaser. But dude, gin smells so good. Gin smells incredibly good. Like, it smells like a Christmas tree. So, I don't know, bro. Like, the smell is better than the taste, but, bruh, I don't know. Just, like, getting a whiff of it right before you drink, this is, like, I don't know. It's, like, a really good smelling alcohol. The scent is way better than the actual taste, but gin is pretty good. I like it, depending on the brand, I guess. My prime is my 40s? Uh-oh.
Latest game to where this is kind of happening is Black Myth Wukong, which is...
Yeah, but you don't have to go to a bar to drink with friends. That's what I'm saying. I don't get the appeal of a bar. Like, it's like you just go to a place, sit down, and drink. Like, that's all you fucking do there. You could do that at fucking home, your friend's house, like, wherever. Or go to a fucking sporting event and order drinks or what. I don't know, man. Like, just sitting at a bar and, like, pounding alcohol is just pretty cringe, no matter who you're with. I've never understood bars. They don't appeal to me at all.
On PlayStation 5 and PC, but surprise, surprise, there is no Xbox version. Now, we all know that they had kind of left a sort of a message saying, hey, you know, we're not going to be able to do an Xbox version at launch, and this is just really a bad situation for Microsoft because people want to play. You know, it's realistically a situation where gamers want to be able to play these games, and the fact that they can't is a real shame. Now, at the same time, I feel like it's worth stating that I think, you know, Microsoft is...
Do you guys think the Xbox port will just get canceled at some point? I have a feeling it might, but we'll see, because they haven't even announced a time frame of when they think it's going to come out. They basically just said it's indefinitely delayed, which means most likely it's probably just going to get canceled. If it sells well enough on PlayStation and PC, they may just not even worry about it.
Equally as to blame as, you know, Sony is to get praise, because, you know, Sony you know, they must love this, because at the end of the day, they are going out there and they are the ones that
Dude, all right. No, the only casino near me is what's the fuck? The MGM, I think it's called, in fucking Maryland. I think Baltimore area, right? Hold on, let me check. It's ghetto as fuck. Let me see. Maryland. No, it's in National Harbor. Okay. Yeah, dude, that place is ghetto as fuck. They were I think thinking about opening a casino in the Tyson's area near me, which is a lot nicer, but I don't know if it's gonna go through or not. But nah, I don't really go to casinos because I don't gamble. Anyway, I don't really enjoy gambling. I just like to buy stuff.
that are basically kind of just getting all this free advertising. And, you know, if you're a console gamer and you see these great scores that this game is getting, you know, you kind of just see the idea that, you know, the game itself is really just kind of blowing everybody away in terms of what is available and things like that. So yeah, it is a strange sort of situation for sure. One that I'm sure, you know, fans will probably come together with and understand that, you know, it's just really one of those things that Microsoft has to do better on. And, you know, gamers are speaking up to their to that point. You know, this sort of thing happened with Baldur's Gate 3 as well. If you guys remember that fiasco for Xbox, Baldur's Gate 3 was a game that you know, really kind of just set the bar incredibly low, you know, for Xbox. You know, here's this game that realistically was one of the best games of, I don't know about all time, but
well,
you know,
Baldur's Gate proved that Microsoft is full of shit when it comes to their parity clause, and developers should not take it seriously. I live in a terrible area. I live in the DC area, so yeah, I do.
certainly people were kind of pushing that narrative that here's this really fantastic game, and, you know, it wasn't coming to Xbox. So, you know, it eventually did, and Black Myth Wukong will as well. But for right now, it's like you see all the hype around this game, and you see that, you know, hey, Xbox isn't getting this game. You know, it's realistically a real poor situation. You know, you can see some of the reviews on this. IGN gave it an 8 out of 10, GameSpot 8 out of 10, you know, Hardcore Gamer 9 out of 10, God is a Geek 10 out of 10. A lot of things, a lot of respectable Metacritic scores and things like that, which is why, like I said, you know, it's one of those situations where you kind of question, you know, this entire thing, and you can understand, like, and I've mentioned this multiple times, Sony has put themselves in a very advantageous situation where, you know, it's like, hey, they have a console that has, you know, 60 plus million sold, and Sony or Microsoft has a console that, I mean, we don't really know the exact numbers, but to say that it was in the, you know, 23, 24, 25 million range wouldn't be necessarily looked at as crazy. So you have like more than double that on the competition, and that's a really good reason why people are gonna, you know, skip Xbox. And, you know, and I think, you know, skip Xbox is is sort of a weird way to put it. It's like, and sometimes they won't skip it, like this game isn't skipping it entirely, but at the same point in time, it's not launching day one. So anybody that really wanted to play this game, what would be the point of having an Xbox, right? Like, that's the real thing that I think hurts Microsoft the most, is that all these people are out here, you know.
Yeah, speaking of Dragon Age, that Dragon Age game or whatever, like, the characters look really fucking cringe, but the gameplay actually looks really fucking fire, in all honesty. Like, Dragon Age, what's it called? Veil? Whatever, I don't remember. But yeah, it actually looks pretty decent gameplay wise. I'm probably gonna buy it, but we'll see how it turns out. I didn't like previous Dragon Age games because the fucking gameplay was so shit. But, you know, this time around it looks like an action RPG, so it actually looks pretty good.
Playing these games and enjoying these games, and you know, when it comes to like the Xbox situation, you know, they don't even have to worry about it. They're not part of the equation. They're not part of the
dude, Baldur's Gate 3 looks miserable to play. Like, the gameplay for that game looks absolutely horrific.
solution. They're not part of
I refuse to buy it just for that fact.
anything, honestly, and I hope that they can kind of get their act together before too long, because, you know, at the end of the day, Microsoft themselves have, you know, a lot to kind of answer for, you know, the piss poor way they've kind of handled this stuff. But, you know, I'm sure you guys are kind of well aware of, you know, Microsoft's really bad situation. So you look at Xbox as a platform, and Sony probably, again, loves this, right? Microsoft is putting their games on PlayStation. PlayStation is getting games that Xbox doesn't get, and that games that are kind of delayed on Xbox. You know, it's a real sad state of affairs and sad situation for all who's concerned, you know, and it's just really, as a fan of Xbox and as a fan of gaming, you can say, wow, this is really a kind of a piss poor thing to happen. But, you know, I hope that, you know, Microsoft kind of get their act.
Nah, this is Ghost of Sushi. It makes Rise of Ronin look so much better by comparison, too. Rise of Ronin was actually a very fun game. Like, the gameplay in that was really solid. I mean, I didn't really care for Ghost of Sushi, personally. But yeah, Rise of the Ronin is definitely the better samurai game.
Together, but in the meantime, I do believe that, you know, Sony is probably very thankful that Microsoft can't get out of their own way. And, you know, I gotta say, you know, it's a real slap in the face as an Xbox owner that, you know, these types of games are missing Xbox, especially at the you know, at the beginning of the release of these things. So, you know, it's honestly just one of those things where I just shake my head continuously. You know, maybe there will be, you know, something that happens, but like every time this seems to happen, right? Like Baldur's Gate, that thing blew up with, you know, great reviews and all this kind of stuff. You look at some of these other things and other games and situations, and we just see that, you know, it's
yeah, I stopped playing Ghost of Sushi after like what, 4-6 hours? I don't remember, but it got very boring.
sort of a bad thing for Xbox, you know, and I get that it's not like something like you know, like let's just say like if Hogwarts Legacy had skipped Xbox or whatever at launch, it probably would have been a bad situation. But, you know, the fact of the matter is that Xbox, you know, gets some of those games, but it's like some of these outer games that kind of creep up on you or whatever and end up just being like amazing. I think those are the games that really kind of suffer because, you know, we start seeing these incredible games that just skip the platform for, you know, months or whatever the case may be. And in this case, we don't even really know when that's going to change. You know, that's the really sad part about this. So honestly, I think that, you know, Microsoft needs to kind of do better by the fans, and, you know, hopefully they can get their act together before too long, because I would love to see, you know, all the games across everything in terms of the third-party stuff, because, you know, that's, I think, the most fair to everybody. So the fact of the matter is, PlayStation already has all these exclusives, and, you know, they also say that, you know, as it turns out, you know, Nintendo does too, but Xbox's exclusives go everywhere. Meanwhile, you know, you have third-party stuff just basically handing exclusivity and timed exclusivity to PlayStation, right? Like, it's honestly, they don't have to pay for any of this stuff. That's like the most ridiculous part about this entire thing, you know. And it's just really a sad state of affairs as an Xbox fan. But, you know, anyway, what do you guys really think about this? Let me know how you feel.
I'll actually be playing the monkey game, because now that I know it doesn't actually look like a fucking, you know, Souls clone, then I'm slightly more interested, but we'll see. Did I hear about the Ubisoft layoffs? Wasn't it just like 20 or so people, or 15 or something like that? I don't think it was anything significant.
about this? Are you somebody who's interested in this game? Are you sad that it's not coming to Xbox the way that you would hope that it would?
Let's make this clear. Assassin's Creed Shadows is not going to bomb. That game is going to sell incredibly fucking well. But Star Wars Outlaws will definitely bomb.
Let me know down in the comments below. Like I said, I feel like Microsoft kind of dropped the ball and made it really easy for developers to pull stuff like this because they don't seem to care enough about their console. And on the other side, Sony really sitting pretty because they don't even have to pay anybody for stuff like this. Like, no money out of pocket for a timed exclusive like this. That is absolutely crazy to me. Anyway, thanks so much for watching. Rack 'em up. Crapgamer out.
Wukong, no disc so far, no good. Oh god. Bro, nobody on Xbox wants to play this game on Xbox. Have Game Pass, man. They're enjoying Modern Warfare 3. No one is enjoying Modern Warfare 3. That game is absolute dog shit. Dude, I'm telling you, these bots, like, it's just pathetic. Yeah, bro, I play Modern Warfare 3. Hell yeah. I like Modern Warfare 3, guys. It's so much better than every game on PlayStation because it's on Game Pass. Jesus Christ, bro. Capcom has seen you thirsting over monsters.
Are you smitten with Gemma the Smithy? Monster Hunter fans have fallen head over heels in love with this cute new character. So much so that they brute forced the dating sim tag onto Wild on Steam for all to see. Loads of Gemma fan art has appeared on social media after the release of the new Monster Hunter Wilds trailer during PlayStation State of Play. Monster Hunter Wilds producer said, "When we designed her, of course we knew she was going to be an appealing character, and that was the intention, but it's honestly gone beyond our expectations in terms of how much love has been poured out for."
Well, you shouldn't have made her so damn fuckable, bro. Oh. I saw there with the 2. Concord next week. Yeah, the skull is the correct way to put that because it's going to be dead on arrival. No one is talking about that game at all. Like, Concord will be in PlayStation Plus, free games for the month within the next 3 to 4 months. I would put money on it. That game is going to bomb so fucking hard. Cuccord deserves it. Yeah, it doesn't deserve to succeed. Creators trade him with the 2. Alright, let me see. Fuck, bro. I gotta stop exercising. It makes me tired.
I can't afford this shit!
The Royal Guards, an iconic symbol of Britain, are trained army soldiers tasked with protecting Buckingham Palace. Despite their distinguished roles, it's a sad sight to see that most people nowadays treat them like entertaining costume Disney characters in front of a castle. But let me tell you.
Yo, hold up.
Sad sight to see that most people nowadays treat them like entertaining costume Disney characters in front of a castle.
Hell yeah, dude.
But let me tell you, when the Royal Guards encounter interference, they do not hesitate to assert their authority and use force if necessary. Despite clear signs warning that the horse might kick or bite, some tourists still take their chances, all in pursuit of the perfect Instagram photo.
That's because the horses can sense your fear. That's the thing, man. Is horses are incredibly, like, emotionally in tune to people. Like, they can sense whether you're nervous or calm or happy or sad. Like, they're very, very smart animals. And if horses can feel the fear, they will, like, bite and kick and get you away from them because it makes them nervous too. So, if you're just calm and, like, normal, the horse usually won't fuck with you. Michelle Soguchi with the 2, make Griffin fat again? Yeah, well, I need some more monies, bro, because McDonald's ain't cheap nowadays with Bidenomics and all.
It was at this moment that he knew he f***ed up.
While we might excuse tourists as innocent and excited individuals eager for a photo, one woman took things too far by slapping the horse not once, but 3 times. Now this is probably the weirdest and most disgusting thing that ever happened to a royal guard.
Ew. Yeah, he's probably like, that's a delicacy where I'm from. It's like the Indians that drank the fucking, you know, cow piss. Or, you know, complained when they banned shit burning in the streets because it took away the flavor of their food. You know, that was a thing in India, right? Like, in one of the major cities, the government burned food stalls from burning shit in the street because of the smell. And all the food vendors complained about it because cow shit was how they added flavor to their food with the smoke. Like, you can look, it's like a real thing, bro. It's disgusting. Like, absolutely disgusting. You want to know what a third world, like, hellhole is, bro? Like, ugh. Disgusting shit, man.
While this man's intentions were certainly not malicious, sometimes people forget that the Royal Guard holds a highly esteemed position of respect, making them perhaps not the best audience for an impromptu singing performance. And without a doubt,
what the fuck did that subhuman say? The British never fail to, you know, fail at their own fucking language.
And without a doubt, influencers will do their best to record a TikTok dance next to them. When visiting Buckingham Palace, there is one simple rule to follow. Don't get in the Royal Guard's way.
Stab him.
Such a simple rule, yet some people still find it hard to comply.
If only the cops were this rough with the migrants, they might have peace in London once again.
The audacity of this woman when she discovered that she couldn't touch the guard's helmet.
Of course it's a fat chick.
There are myths suggesting
room temperature IQ face.
That if a royal guard laughs, they could be fired or fined, but this is not true. However, there are indeed consequences for breaking composure, such as being assigned additional duties. Despite these rules and their stoic, emotionless expressions, the royal guards are still human, and occasionally, some humorous tourists manage to crack a smile out of them.
2, 3. You're beautiful! Beautiful! You're beautiful! It's true!
We worked together in school. Me and him. He went his own way. His mother always picked him up from school. You know, he's that type of guy until he was 20. He always picked him up from school.
I'm here with my new friend. We've been hanging out all day. We were talking about potentially going to get some drinks later. We've had a really day, and we've hung out with the Queen, so... We can see us right there. Yeah. This should be really entertaining for him, I hope. Hopefully. Yes, yes, yes! I love you.
While the royal guards are known for their discipline and composure, they are definitely not infallible.
Whoa.
Yo, what the fuck happened to that horse?
Creeping up from the side towards a royal guard definitely doesn't sound like a wise move.
I have zero desire to go to the UK right now, bro. That's not even in my top 5 places to go. Or even top 10.
If their parents won't set them straight, you can bet the Royal Guard will.
Get off the fence!
This couple threw their glove at a Royal Guard, expecting him to pick it up and hand it back to them.
Why would you do that? The Army's here to protect Crown Jewels, not you. Treat the little bit, mate. Throw your gloves at him. Really?
This young man thought it would be hilarious to disrespect the Royal Guards for a TikTok video.
Yeah, stop being so goddamn rude. Yeah, off. You rude bastard. Call her a sausage. What you? You're a sausage. You spastic. Off. Go on.
12 seconds later.
Oh, look at that, arrested.
His gun is jammed. Can you see the icon pop up there? Can't shoot.
When a Royal Guard was marching and noticed a little boy admiring them, he momentarily broke protocol to make the boy's day.
Oh my god.
These are moments that the boys will cherish for a lifetime. The guards remained unfazed by the protesters. They just kept marching, highly satisfying. It's truly unfortunate that many tourists fail to respect British culture and the rigorous commitment of these soldiers. The Royal Guards not only endure hours of training, but also work tirelessly every day, upholding a role that is far from easy. Their discipline and dedication deserve admiration, not the irreverence too often shown. I hope that you enjoyed this video. If you would like to see more, you can support me by liking the video and subscribing to the channel. Let us know.
Griffin just chatting European yeah, nah. Not a chance. I don't even know if I would travel at this point. I don't know, man. But I definitely would not go to Britain if I was. Why don't I want to travel? Because traveling by yourself is kind of boring for one, and two, it's not really something I enjoy that much. I don't know. I'm not really a big traveling type. Carnoraptor with the 2, go rescue yourself a girl from the UK. Bruh. Oh yeah, dude. I'll go marry into the royal family and become the king. And then take Britain back from the Muslim horde. I'll ascend the throne and reclaim military command and drive out the ancient enemy. Griffin never leaves his house. Yes, dude, I literally leave my fucking apartment every day, multiple times. I go to the gym and walk my dog for several hours every single day. I'm not like an actual hermit who never goes anywhere. I go multiple places every single day. It would be literally impossible for me to not go somewhere or leave my fucking place because I have a dog, and unless I want him to shit and piss on the floor, I have to go outside multiple times a day. Skill issue? What's the skill issue? My skill issue doesn't exist, man, because I do leave my fucking place like multiple times a day. So I don't know what to tell you. I live with RTU and his parents. Yeah, that's why he had to close up his old setup, is because he converted that room into a bedroom so that I could move in and help him with the mortgage payment. The secret's out, guys. That's how Review Tech knows 100% for a fact that
the sexually frustrated edgelords like Griffin Gaming love it. Hey, Griffin, you're pushing 30 and saving yourself for marriage? You know what I call that? You're a fucking incel who just can't get any. Griffin Gaming. Yeah. He's saving him. The guy who fucking talks so much shit all of a sudden has morality for marriage. You know who says that? People who can't have sex.
No. But yeah. The secret's out now, guys. I'm actually Review Tech USA's roommate. Over? I know, man. Shit. But no, I would never have a roommate. That's awful. No, thank you. A furry girlfriend. Oh, yeah, definitely, man. How'd you know? How did you figure that out?
Rated Teen.
The underworld shows no mercy.
Ain't nobody excited for that shit.
Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 is looking to be a worthy successor to the original game, which came out over a decade ago. Recently, press, including Digital Foundry, were sampled a version of the game on PC pre-release to play some multiplayer as
that shit looks really good, man.
Well as a number of the campaign missions. And after having played it, we wanted to make a longer form video about it because we were excited and there were some interesting technical things to talk about there. And I actually didn't take point here. My good friend and colleague Oliver McKenzie over there. Hi, Oliver.
Hi,
you were kind of doing a lot of the recording here as well as a lot of the play while I was working on other things. So Oliver, how you doing?
Yes, I'm good. I've just returned from killing a lot of Tyranids. A lot of Tyranids. And I'm going to tell you all about it.
Yeah, when a big invasion occurs, that's kind of the thing to do. But yeah, so Space Marine. I think the first area we should talk about in this demo play that we had is actually in the visuals department. We can't show the recordings we made of the campaign itself, rather just of the multiplayer component, but we have some good B-roll here from the publisher to show off and talk about some of the visual features, but as well as some visual features that we could record in the multiplayer. So I would definitely say the first thing that I noticed while playing the game, this preview version of the game, is that it captures the kind of extremely large scale that is known for in Warhammer 40k. So if you've ever looked at any Warhammer 40k artwork and stuff like that, usually like foreground, your heroic figures, and then just kind of huge Gothic masonry and structures stretching far out into the distance while a whole bunch of other actions are taking place. So like large battlefield moments. And this game, even though we're just, kind of dropped mid-mission here, it's showing off exactly all that off in spades. And it's kind of...
I think you're going to have to fight RTU, Griffin. That was Kendrick level dissing. Well, if I was going to do that, man, I would have to like literally double my body weight, and I don't plan on doing that. So yeah.
Incredible. And I actually really loved the way they captured.
Either Rich has to have his weight or I have to like double mine, and I'm not doubling my weight.
A lot of the smaller moments in Warhammer 40k that, you wouldn't really see. We talked about it recently on DF Direct, but they have a whole execution sequence in the beginning. They also have like a number of rousing speeches from guardsmen kind of standing about, as well as a lot of the secondary figures walking around, like I said, servitors and tech priests and a bunch of other really cool things. And
I don't know how tall RTU is. How tall is he? Is he like 6'2" or something like that?
I think them capturing the scale so well is really good because it shows off that they're using some of the current gen CPU tech that we finally have. A current gen game that is actually blowing out the scale thanks to greater CPUs here. And that's definitely the first thing I noticed. What about you, Oliver?
Yeah, I think it's like really notable that first time you kind of enter combat is you facing off against what must be like at least 3 dozen or 4 dozen Tyranids at a time in like this big wave-based combat arena, and it's really, really intense, like really quite something. And in the backgrounds of like some of the shots that you see, you'll see hundreds, if not thousands, of foes swarming all over the place. It's like super impressive and gives you this impression, this sense that you're fighting in this like incalculably larger battle, this much, much larger war, and that's a really cool thing that, yeah, you would not see in a game on previous generation consoles for sure, I think. And the most impressive aspect to me is not just the fact that you have a ton of enemies on screen and a ton of enemies to fight, but it's the fact they're able to maintain like the basic visual fidelity of the world for those characters. You don't see like reduced rate animation, you don't see like enemies lacking shadow maps, which is what we saw in Exoprimal last year, which was like a notable visual concession. Often in these kinds of games you see big visual concessions to support those crowds, but in this case you actually get great
Exoprimal was really fun, man.
Overall visual quality and that dramatic sense of scale, and I think that's really what separates this game from a lot of other games that are trying to do a similar kind of thing.
Yeah, and I also think a big part of it is the scale is also unified really well through the lighting technology in the game. Now, it is not doing anything like we've seen like more recently, like hardcore ray tracing or anything like that, but I think it is utilizing tried and tested technology that we see from yesteryear, just pumped up to resolutions that make it look really good on a 4K set, which is what I played it on. And one thing I did notice is that the game heavily makes usage of SSAO and screen space reflections. And you can see the screen space reflections probably most often on like the glossier metals in the game, like the Space Marine's armor themselves, a couple of the like gilded furnishings that's kind of stuck across the various architecture in the game. And then there's some bodies of water too. Some like in the first flight that have like this interesting water deformation. It is a bit gelatinous, but I love a good water splash in a game that actually is 3D and undulates and all that. Yeah, so you see that, but also SSAO seems to ground a lot of the dynamic objects in the game. But when looking at the larger scale, there is what appears to be a passive baked lighting. Whether
Yeah, his shirt looks like a My Little Pony going through a meat grinder or something like that. I don't think it's an actual My Little Pony shirt. I think it's like the pink pony like getting ground up in an industrial machine or something like that. I don't fucking know.
Or not its light maps are not is hard to tell due to just the amount of time I've spent with the game, but it does capture things like local bounce on a semi like medium scale. So like you had some great footage here, Oliver, of like you looking underneath like an incline of some sort, and you can see the bounce light from the sun hitting a shadowed area from below. And I think that showed off that generally when you're walking around, most things look well situated both in direct lighting and in indirect lighting. And for direct lighting, they're not doing anything too special there, are they?
No, it's just you just see shadow maps basically, which look pretty good overall. They do exhibit some aliasing at more extreme angles and like shadow coverage for super fine details like the foliage. Not amazing, but there aren't any major issues except in cutscenes, which we cannot show you at the moment. But there are some issues with shadow aliasing in those sequences. But yeah, I think the overall lighting quality here is like pretty good. If you go around in the environments, you can look and pick it apart. But like in general, there's some good GI solution in there. The SSAO is pretty heavy, but it does ground the world quite effectively. Makes things look quite natural in the environment. And yeah, the SSR is like it works okay. It works well enough. It's like not nothing extraordinary, but it works well enough.
Yeah, it holds the visuals together enough, I would say. And I think the other aspect that it's holding together are like the smaller, more micro detail found in the assets themselves. Like if you look at the main character's armor, it's just tons of stuff there. Real geometric detail too, which I really like to see in a game. And almost any.
Nah, I don't have any shirt on right now. I'm sitting here in a pair of shorts and nothing else. That's it.
Asset you can walk across in the environment does have really great geometric detail and texture detail kind of baked into it. We did talk about this before. It doesn't reach like the really intense level like we saw in Warhammer 40k Darktide, which has a different perspective altogether. It's a first-person game, which requires more micro detail on a smaller level. But given the other things that this game is doing in terms of just kind of draw distance and things happening in that draw distance, I think there are reasonable concessions there to geometric detail or even other detail up close. Generally, though, material quality across the board is great. Stone looks like stone. The rough kind of plated metal on your character looks like well taken care of by him. And any of the other like rusty stuff that you can find because it's like broken masonry and everything all across the world scattered around. That all looks really good too. Nothing looked out of place in terms of materials, and it kept a generally high quality throughout the entire experience.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. For sure, the comparison with Warhammer 40k Darktide is a little bit tough because Warhammer 40k Darktide has some of the most intensely detailed environments I've ever seen in any game, let alone a multiplayer game. I mean, it's truly tremendous. Just a terrific level of detail. You have all those parallax maps everywhere, and they really go nuts.
Yes.
But here, to be fair, the gameplay spaces are much bigger, and it's a totally different tech and totally different vibe and different scope, very different scope. So yeah, I think it does a good job with a lot of the classic kind of Warhammer 40k metal and stone kind of environments, and those are portrayed very well here. But there's also like a jungle set mission available in this brief preview, which does look pretty good. You get like this mix of synthetic elements and the plants and the organics and all that stuff. So that looks pretty good. My only real concern with the assets in this title is probably the character models, because they tend to have a bit more of a video gamey look with maybe more simplistic skin shaders. The cutscenes in general aren't the most impressive here, but that's probably a sensible place not to spend too much budget, as we talk about quite frequently with these kinds of games. And of course, we can't show you this at the moment, but yeah, I mean, they look good, but it's like, you know, the rest of the game looks great. These are not quite as good, but I think they serve their purpose just fine.
Yeah, they're telling the story well. And, you know, the first game also, if you go back to that, that was also running its own technology here, just like this is. This is not running on Unreal. This is using Swarm is the name of the engine, I believe. And that had some cutscenes that were more simplistic, just like this one here, but it was mainly just about conveying things to get you from scene to scene with some cooler moments. But I would say that is one thing that I do not mind in a game. If the cutscenes look just okay, that's fine. But the last kind of aspect I think we should talk about is like the mini kind of destruction you can see in the game, both on the smaller level and the bigger level. Like the bigger one I can see is they also showed it in preview videos for the game, like while you're walking through this hive city here. I at least think it's a hive city. There's like, it's just crumbling about you as the battle rages on. And like there's one moment where they show what looks like a bell tower crumbling into itself. There's like large pieces of a building that will fall down. And these, I imagine, are probably using some sort of static or baked geometry animation of some sort, because otherwise you're spawning and spending a lot of CPU time for something that, you know, is not actually, doesn't need to be interactive in any sense of the word, because it's out of reach of the player space usually. And a lot of games have been doing this ever since around right when Rise Son of Rome came out is the first time I remember hearing about them. Also when Gears of War 4 came out, they used them extensively in that game too. And here they're just using it to embellish a lot of the background details, but also up close, Oliver,
this shit just looks fire, man.
Yeah, like in that kind of first mission, you can actually see it in some of the assets they gave us. You can kind of blow apart these statues, and if you stop and kind of pop at them, you can actually blow apart little bits and do sustained chip damage before you blow them up completely.
I'm just so glad they actually made a sequel to this.
Little ammo boxes and chairs.
I wasn't expecting it
all
at
can
all.
be disintegrated into little tiny bits. And also I noticed that bullets leave kind of these 3D deformations in the environment, which I'm not sure how they're doing that with like tessellation or something, but it's a very compelling looking technique. It doesn't break apart at like oblique angles either. So that's
yeah.
Nice.
There are a couple ways of doing it, and we've seen it before, so I would be curious to see what it is. I didn't actually spend too much time looking at that for some reason. Usually I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of really cool micro details. So given how the game looks, I was curious to see how heavy it would be. And I loaded up the game specifically on my high-end machine, the RTX 4090 Ryzen 7 7800X 3D, so a very beefy machine. And I set the game to 4K DLAA, or DLSS native, as I think the option is specifically called here. And they have, you know, stuff like FSR2 as well as a TAAU option, along with a couple other.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Warhammer games, but most of them are not very good. They're all just like strategy games for the most part, which kind of sucks.
Like SSR, SSAO, things of those nature, like a pretty short settings menu, but it gets to the point. And I think the one thing that I noticed off the bat is that the game in this preview build was heavy. So I was targeting 4K 60 FPS, and it seemed like it was just about there on the GPU side of things. Like it could maybe have gone a little higher with an unlocked frame rate. But another thing that kind of punctuated my experience in play was a number of moments of higher frame time, where you would see like a spike up in frame time. And I usually call that stutter or hitches or something like that. And I think I noticed that.
I thought Space Hulk was like really bad. Isn't that game like negative on Steam or something? I thought that game got shit on. Space Hulk. Oh, Tactics? No, I was thinking of Deathwing. Okay. But yeah, even that's not highly rated. What is Space Hulk? It's a strategy game. Adaptation of the board game. Okay, yeah, no. Nah. I was thinking of whatever it's called. Death. Whatever the fuck. Whatever the fuck it was just called. I already forgot the name. Shit. Deathwing? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I heard this was like really bad. As far as like optimization and stuff. Yeah, it's not very high.
In a variety of moments throughout my play. And I don't know, Oliver, did you see something similar on your end when you were playing it?
Yeah, I did see some little minor issues, it seemed like with first stutter, and some
it.
issues with frame time spikes in other areas, like with cutscenes, which we can't show you here, but little issues on certain cutscene cuts. But for the most part, it's like kind of constantly heavy on the CPU. It doesn't change that much. It does change a little bit here and there, but it's kind of a game that is pretty heavy on the CPU. And like for my impressions on overall performance, yeah, we can only show you footage from the 2 missions that we have. Unfortunately, not the campaign. We cannot show you or capture that footage. I played a few hours of the game on PC with an i7-13700K and a 4090. Like Alex said, you get some toggles in the menu, presets low, medium, high, ultra, etc., etc. Options for FSR2, TAA, and DLSS, which is not checked in terms of version number, but I went into the files and it looks like it's DLSS 3.7, but without the frame generation component, so no frame gen in this title at the moment. We don't want to go too deeply into the performance, I think, because it's not public-facing code and there's some weeks until the game is released, but basically the gist is like 4K 60, very achievable on the kinds of systems that me and Alex have, like he said, with like DLSS in performance mode or DLSS in quality mode or indeed native DLSS. There's no issues there. It's basically capable of solid 4K 60 on like a 4090 or with those lower DLSS settings, maybe with something like a 4080 or 4070 Ti. I did try out at 120 Hz as well with DLSS 2 in performance mode at ultra settings, and the overall impression is the game isn't quite there in terms of achieving a consistent 120 FPS on the current code, usually a fair bit short of that, but above 60 FPS by a good margin. It's sort of on the heavier side side of things for a current generation game in terms of that CPU requirement there. Reported CPU usage is at something like 80% using Task Manager. It's kind of loading up all the cores pretty heavily, even the performance cores a little bit. I also tried to use max settings at 720p to see if there's any GPU contribution there, and it really is just about the same in terms of frame rate, so it's really CPU limited. But there's also some issues with shader compilation in the current code, so we can't show this footage directly, it's from the campaign, but in the open campaign level, there's noticeable hitches when new effects occur on screen, like when the laser fires, when there's a big explosion. Those do appear to be shader compilation related, because when we run back through those sections again, those stutters do not occur. Actually, there is a shader burn where it says pre-creating shaders that happens when you start the game up, so there is an attempt at shader compilation. So we did reach out to Saber to notify them of this issue, and they basically told us that they understand that their shader compilation process is currently missing certain shaders, and this should be fixed for the final release. So I wouldn't expect it to be a problem for the release code, but it is a problem for this code.
Right, and as a part of that, you do mention how when you play the game at 120 FPS, or attempted to play it at 120 FPS, that it seems like the CPU in the current version might have gotten in the way of making that a completely locked experience. And I think that points actually a bit how and what the expectation should be for something that is like a mid-range PC. So Rich also loaded this up on the Frankenstein PC, which is an AMD 4800S desktop kit A, which is essentially an almost all-in-one PC using the Xbox Series X CPU with a dedicated RAM in there as well too. And he noticed while playing it that achieving a locked 60 FPS currently was kind of a tall order, regardless of settings and resolution, when it didn't seem like the GPU was the thing getting in the way. And I find that very interesting because it does make me question exactly what this game will perform like on console, where this CPU GPU combo that Rich is also using, there's an RX 6700 in there, which is closest to the PlayStation 5 GPU, where usually that is quite close to what we see on performance on console. We've seen that in the past before when we tested it with Starfield, for example, and we could really well kind of hone in and show that, oh, if they do launch a 60 FPS patch for that game on console, well, it probably won't hit 60 all the time. And guess what? That happened. So it does make me very curious to see how this game will perform on console, what resolution it'll target, and also, is there going to be a 60 FPS mode? I'm curious.
Yeah, so like that Frankenstein console, very famous, which is used in a lot of videos, it is basically kind of a facsimile mashup of the two consoles like you mentioned, and it does perform very closely to what we often see from that kind of premium PS5.
Oski with the 2, are you going to play it on PS5 or Steam? I haven't decided. I'm going to begin it on both, but I don't know. We'll see. Warhammer games, when they launch, tend to be a fucking technical disaster on PC. So I might play through it on console first, but I don't know.
Series X console experience. So we tested out this game in a couple of configurations that we think might match the final code, based partially on the PC specs, which do specify an RTX 3070 for 1080p at ultra settings. Probably the console code is not going to be ultra settings, possibly like a 1080p internal resolution. Maybe we'll use upscaling. Obviously, they have FSR2 in there. You know, lots of things you can probably guess might be in there. Again, it might be in there. So we tested high settings at 1440p with FSR2 on with the DRS option, dynamic resolution scaling option, which should try to hit.
Yeah, I'm going to play it on the Switch, definitely.
60 FPS by changing the internal resolution that FSR2 is using to upscale to 1440p.
Yeah, this is me, guys.
And there the game was typically sub 60 FPS.
I just got a fresh cut. What do you think?
It can get close, but it's usually a pretty good amount below. The game seems to be having some significant issues with CPU load, like you mentioned, because when Rich tested lower settings, it didn't really improve things much. But he did test out a 30 FPS lock, which he achieved with Special K as the in-game lock. Currently runs the game at 31 FPS, which is not ideal, not exactly a 30 FPS lock there. And there, Rich was able to set the FSR2 reconstruction target to 4K, albeit with DRS enabled, and that might end up being a good option for console players, assuming something like a 30 FPS mode is exposed. I can imagine the developers giving players an option, or perhaps for something like a 40 FPS mode, or for various modes that might target unlocked VRR frame rates and things like this. I can imagine that also being a possibility. Again, I would stress this is not final code. It could improve, but that's how it is at the moment.
Yeah, right. We don't have any insight into the consoles, actually. We have yet to preview any of that, to my knowledge. I don't think anyone's played it on console yet. This was entirely a PC-based review of unreleased code, so things are liable to change, hence why we don't want to talk too long and too much about it. So this footage that Oliver's been showing on screen right now hasn't looked too pretty and hasn't been running too well, but honestly, the press footage that we were given here to use as B-roll for producing videos and such, it wasn't perfect in its own right, and it's almost a bit of a shame that we can't show you our higher-end footage, that we capture the game that makes it look better and super slick and runs really well, because the press footage here, it both has performance issues and visual issues, right, Oliver?
Yeah, so I just thought this was kind of a weird thing to kind of note towards the end here, because we were sampled some press footage and we were told, you know, this is the footage you can use for the campaign. For the missions, you can provide your own footage, but here you have to use our footage. Like, okay, fair enough, but it is pretty weird because the footage does not show off the game in its best light. There are big frame rate drops, first of all, not just like occasional stutters here and there, like we would have observed on high-end PCs, but the game's actually running at like lowish frame rates for extended periods. I couldn't get a frame rate reading on it because unfortunately this footage is a little bit too compressed for our tools at the moment, but I counted at one section by hand and it was running at about 40 FPS in the most demanding section. On our high-end PCs, in that section, we're easily getting like 60 FPS, maybe with one or two one-off frame drops. It's really not too bad, and it's obviously way better. There are also some like weird issues which don't seem necessarily related to the performance of the underlying computer, but might be related to maybe the age of the code or some other similar issue. Like during the execution scene we keep mentioning, there is no shader compilation stutter, thankfully, but the guy who is calling for the execution is animating at about 30 hertz, even though the rest of the scene is updating normally at 60. And then there is this issue during that big kind of combat encounter in the first few minutes of the mission, where there's this alien who's running through the scene, this big alien, this big Tyranid, and he's animating every frame, but every 5 or 6 frames he's like teleporting forward. He's like shooting forward. I did not notice that playing the PC code at all. Plus, image quality is not the most amazing. Even though this footage is a little compressed, we can see a fair bit of breakup. I counted it at about 1080p. Actually, some of the shots I counted came in at 1044p, slightly below 1080p. Based on the way that it looks, I'd guess that it's being upsampled to maybe 1440p or so. It does look reasonably sharp to my eyes relative to that internal resolution. It's kind of an open question as to what this is supposed to represent, because it's clearly not representing the high-end PC experience. I kind of suspect it might be something in the vicinity of console spec. But yeah, in any case, I think they should have just let us show off our own footage, because we can show the game off better than this, whether this comes down to like their PC or the build or some quirk of their capture setup or whatever. It's just not quite looking right at the moment.
Yeah, it's always a shame that when there's
This
either due to the
game's
spec of
gonna
the PC
blow Rebirth away. I don't think so, but you know.
they recorded on, or the state of the code, or just the way they recorded it. We've also seen that multiple times before, that a game that arguably looks better cannot.
You know, like a wise man once said, bro, keep dreaming, because, you know, the only way that's going to happen is if your dreams come true.
Due to the kind of the footage that you can reasonably publish. And that's the case here. So to say the least, the footage that Oliver's been showing on the screen of any of the stuff that is B-roll from the campaign, it looks better on our own personal computers, to say the least. And it runs quite a bit better too. Game's looking great, has some issues regarding CPU performance in this little preview that we got and shader compilation, but we'll have to wait to see the release to see what that actually means for the full game. But before we end this video, I think it'd be great to talk about the game itself, because I actually had a great time playing it. And I'm someone who's played the first game like 2 times in my life. I kind of played it when it came out. There's a pretty interesting PC version that I had, and then I played it a good couple of years later, like using crazy stuff like SGS, AA, and stuff like that, where you could just run it at like a billion frames per second. And I always have a really great soft spot for the PC version of this game because it ran really well. And the game itself, in an era when, I don't know, Gears of War was en vogue, and cover shooting was also popular. It was really fun to see a game that was just about you. Yes, you are a giant space marine, but unlike in Gears of War, a lot of shooters from its era, you actually don't utilize cover at all. And this game follows pretty much lockstep in continuation with the goals and gameplay of the original game. In fact, if you've just recently played Space Marine 1, this will feel like you're just playing it again. Not in a bad way, but there's such a direct continuity there that I was shocked. I thought it'd be even more iterative on top of that. But that's a great thing, because the first game plays really well. You can always be shooting with any one of the variety of weapons that you pick up in the game world, and they're usually kind of in little stashes before you go into the next combat zone. But when you kind of need to reload or run low on ammo, or something's jumping at you, you bring out one of your melee weapons, and it's one of these fantastical Warhammer 40k weapons, like a chainsword, power axe. I think there's probably gonna be other ones too in the game. The first game had like some really cool missions where you get a thunder hammer. But yeah, and you just kind of are fluidly switching in between melee and range combat, and it's a lot of fun. This time around, though, they added in some more like specific parrying and dodging. The first game doesn't have that to the same degree. It was more about getting your health back or your shield back by doing executions. Kind of like Doom Eternal, almost in that, right? This one, though, has a lot more action game oriented. Yes, you can parry. Yes, you can dodge. So that was great to see, and it's just super fun to play. I really enjoyed my time with it. What were your thoughts, Oliver?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I enjoyed it. I think it's a pretty solid like third-person action game. I don't have any experience with the original, but I can totally see that it's a bit different from a lot of other games that we've seen this generation, just in terms of its focus, in terms of that scale, in terms of the mix of melee combat and gunplay, and it is kind of its own little thing, which I think is cool. I love the way that like blood flies everywhere and how enemies react to player fire. Like the basic mechanics of the combat, I think feel really, really good, including like the melee hits and the executions and everything like that. There's some things I would note here, which is that like the combat itself, I did find it slightly fatiguing just because of how much it was. There's a lot, and enemies arrive over multiple waves, and like there are certain encounters like the boss fight at the end of the campaign mission that was like a little tougher because there were lots of waves and the enemy had lots of shielding and things like this. And there are some issues with like med packs being pretty few and far between, at least to me. Maybe I was playing badly, and ammo not being super present. But then later on I figured out, okay, I need to use the melee weapon a lot more, and then I got more into the swing of things there. But I also worry that because we are just dropped into this mission, which is supposedly about halfway through the game, I don't really have the context to evaluate how hard or easy this game is, because like, you know, I didn't really get a tutorial or even any understanding of how the controls worked, which actually like not very typical for a third-person shooter. Like pressing down on the D-pad switches your weapons. The B button, at least on an Xbox pad, throws the grenades. There are some quirks, and I feel like I have a bit of a better feeling for the game with some of the context that I'm missing, because as I played it, I did feel like I got appreciably better and I understood it more. And there were some like key gameplay elements, like how like the really big Tyranids, you have to kind of kill them with melee attacks before I was just shooting them for a long time. You know, there are things you pick up. It's also possible I'm just a bit of a wimp.
Well, I think that makes sense though, because I experienced that too. The first game doesn't have too many ranged enemies beyond there's Chaos Space Marines at the end of the game that could really hurt you up. But here, like a lot of the
Oski with the 2, Peak Birth still #1. Absolutely, man. Also, the PS5 would be better. Yeah, I might end up getting it for PS5. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it's just so much easier to stream off of a console versus PC, because you don't have to worry about OBS fucking with whatever the game is, and Warhammer games are notoriously buggy when they release.
Like Tyranid warrior forms, they had ranged weapons that could really mess you up from like the mid-range distance. And while you're dealing with like the tiny hormigons like swarming next to you, like, oh, I forgot about that. And I actually died multiple times in probably embarrassing ways in retrospect to ranged enemies. So I think at least with the mission we were given mid-campaign and the contextlessness of it all, it was actually probably more difficult than I imagined the game would be if you start from a lower base level and then ramp up the difficulty from there.
I also think like just the way this game is structured, the way that it's kind of built, it is a little bit reminiscent of like that kind of classic Gears of War co-op experience, because like you're always with allies, even in the single player content, even in the campaign content. You can't play the mission content as a solo player with AI allies as well, and you can play the multiplayer as well. I think that managing those bigger combat encounters could be probably quite a bit easier if you have a coordinated fire team to kind of work together. It's a really fun game, and it does help a lot. The graphics look consistently excellent. because in a lot of these multiplayer-focused games, especially ones with like a big scope, as we keep harping on, they tend to have more limited visuals than this, because this is like a really great-looking current generation game, I would say. And so getting that really high-quality action, really high-quality visuals, and hopefully a really high-quality campaign and really high-quality multiplayer content, that just seems like a really good package, I think.
Oh yeah, it's going to be great. And well, I'm excited to cover it come launch. We're going off to Gamescoms here too. Oliver's going to be staying at home base, but the time thereafter when this game launches, there's a couple other releases, but we are going to be definitely inserting it into our schedule and making sure we get coverage of that PC version, as well as the differences between Xbox Series X, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series S, and covering exactly what that performance is like, and if it's maybe different from what we saw in this preview. And hopefully it is in some aspects. But Oliver, thank you for joining me for this video here covering Space Marine 2.
Likewise, thanks, Alex.
Yeah, of course. And if you did like this video, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel.
Rebirth is slop. Yeah, I bet, man. I bet. I'm sure you think so, but it's okay to be wrong every once in a while. Alright, guys. Well, I think I'm probably going to go ahead and hop off. I'm tired, man. These long-ass walks are making me sleepy, bro. So, I'm going to head to bed. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, everybody. Appreciate everybody for coming out. Big ups to everybody in the chat. And I will talk to all of y'all later. Peace out, guys.